Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome back to my channel. Today we will see what if Naruto has Gojo eyes. If you enjoy, then please like, share and do comments. Then again, like most things in Kakashi's life, they rush him before he even has time to react. So, indefinitely, when he's born and in his early stages of toddlerhood, his memories of his old life manifest themselves in exceeding groups that cause his mental stability to break more than it already had been. Somehow, through it all, he still doesn't break. Not yet. No, what truly starts to crack at him is when he's 4, and the person he'd dare call his mother dies in front of him by some unimaginable, accursed, and horrific being that tears her body limb from limb. And like every other time he'd be alone, memories of his old life come back to him majestically irrefutable. So, he doesn't take long to conjure up some odd power that burns his eyes and rips his muscles to kill the horrific creature, pulling at his entire form in a screeching nightmare that feels like hellfire. It's a headache, one that leaves him disoriented and lost, and because he's Hitaki Kakashi and he remembers everything about his old life in a sweeping, sudden, agony, he doesn't cry or whimper when he sees the mother of this body in complete disarray beneath him. He doesn't react to the blood touching his bare feet. He simply stares, conflictingly looking at the woman with the eyes of a little boy, and the eyes of a man long broken by grief. It's a long time that he does this. A long time where he stands dully, recalling every bit of memory and ingraining it painfully inside his pounding head. Forever and forever and forever else he remains, collecting his information and delving into a deepened awakening that leaves him numb. Bred, simply by blood, he feels someone of gigantic power pop up behind him. And his eyes notice, seeing everything and yet nothing all at once that strains him. He immediately turns, locking onto a startling azure. There's a calm smile plastered on Gojo Satoru's face when he states, "What the fuck?" Before him lies the disintegrated ash of a grade 3 level curse, the mangled body of an unrecognizable woman, and a little boy with terrifyingly similar white hair and blue eyes that stares at him with a dull intensity so potent, he thought he saw himself. With blood on him, and tattered clothes. And did he mention blood? "My mom's dead," the boy dryly states as if what is in front of him isn't horrific enough. And Gojo could tell it doesn't faze him, not when he can't detect anything but a hint of shock and just an overabundant amount of numbness etched perfectly within the ancient soul gauging him. Gojo has no idea what to make of this. As I said, he finds himself saying, calmly and with progressive reflection, "What the fuck?" The little boy turns to him completely, squelching the blood beneath his feet. "I think I'm gonna pass out," his squeaky voice says with a perfectly steady tone before promptly doing as he just said. And Gojo, for the life of him, instantly grabs him. And stares for who knows how long, before realizing that this child probably needs medical attention, a child that looks exactly like him, and that he should quickly clean up and take care of whatever it is that happened here. So, ignoring the alarms ringing loudly in his head, he does just that. And Kakashi dreams. In the cursed reverence of his mind, he remembers. He dreams of his friends, his comrades, and his students. He dreams of the battles he's endured, of all the people he left behind for the Otsutsuki to take, dreams of a life before this one. A life solely his own, of his misfortunes and burdens, and of the love he managed to cultivate using his will by itself. He remembers the effort it took and the passion he'd lost but gained again. And he remembers the legacy that came with his peace. His friends, his students and the children of said students, how old they've become, and how lost the entire world became at his ending age of 63. All that drudgery tore away from his skin like a poisoning, merciless vice. Everything that his family had built, everything he'd been trying to uphold, was gone. Little by little, remnants of his happiness came down and broke apart, leaving him scrambling to pick up the pieces and leave many he held dear behind. All over again. All over. Again, the death of his students. Death of children, parents, and everything he's come to protect. He dreams so much of what was, what could have been. Obito, Rin, his sensei, Minato. He dreams and he fuels. Sobbing, ragged, and pleading, in the darkness of his mind. Because truly, what has he done to deserve more of this suffering? What has he done to lose those who were precious to him? All over again. He thought he had overcome it. Not all, but most. He made peace with Obito's death. Made peace with Rin's and Minato's. Kushina's and everyone else. So why lose more, and then remember? Who is he? Hey! The rubble and fires die into darkness. Hey, kid! He stands still, empty. Stop bothering him. He looks forward. He needs to wake up. Sakura stands in front of him, smiling in an exhaust all too recognizable. Don't rush him. Beside her stands Sasuke, eyes etched into saddened resolution. He turns to look at him, noting more individuals behind him. Familiar. This is important. Minato. Kushina. Rin. Kakashi's eyes flash. Obito, he mumbles. He spoke. Shut up, get out. Who the hell is Obito? Hey, Kakashi, Obito greets, young and impressionable. Still so hauntingly similar. The goggles still present, ones that Kakashi had kept for over 40 years. A smile shines on his face and flickers to a cruel remembrance of rocks, a missing eye, and a forgotten promise. Kakashi looks on, festering his ever-present guilt. I'm dead, he states bluntly. It sounds more like a revelation than an observation, unbelievable. But it happened, he died, and he failed. Obito scratches behind his head, huffing a sad laugh. Maybe, we haven't exactly seen you in a while? His eyes hold remorse. I'm dead, Kakashi repeats, sure of it this time. Kakashi, I don't think you are, Obito mumbles. His brows furrow as his eyes rove across his face. Kakashi does the same, perplexed. What? Of course, I'm dead. I was crushed under boulders. He says, trying to sound easygoing. He has already accepted he was gone to the world. He only hopes that Boruto and Sarada make it through with the rest of the survivors. Obito blinks. I would say that was ironic if it wasn't so morbid, the boy murmurs, surprised. Kakashi musters a smile. There's never peace, he speaks, bitter and tired. We're under attack again. I was evacuating civilians from their bunkers. We were found. I couldn't save them all. I was eventually buried underneath with those few. He sounds like a failure. He is. He failed. There's a resounding silence. Everyone wears despondent regards, looking at one another knowingly. He can see Sakura's brim with tears, and beside Minato, he notices Kushina attempting to reach for him. He hangs his head, unable to look at them. I'm sorry, he whispers. And he means it, because along with his promise to Obito, he'd broken his student's promise as well. To protect. Obito crosses his arms. It happens to the best of us. You did what you could. He looks to Rin. You saved people, at least. Not all, but most. You died a hero. Rin nods her head. Kakashi rubs his face. It wasn't enough, though, he expresses vehemently. He had never been enough. All his efforts to plan and stop the impossible became undone, and now that he's dead, he's unable to keep watch over the children his students left behind for him to guard. He tried. He thought on his deathbed that it mattered. It isn't so simple. He looks again at his childhood friend. We're at war with Kaguya's clan. He sounds unsure. He is unsure. They all look similar, and Kaguya. That's only the damn start. So we've heard, Obito sighs, scratching his head. Your students told me, he thumbs to the side. This time, Kakashi's eyes droop. Sakura. Sasuke. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura whispers, waving her hand he'd seen crushed along with the rest of her body from the invading forces. Still intact. Still, somehow there. As if she isn't just a head anymore. Kakashi forces his recollections away. He regards Sasuke. He's intact, now. Not ash and bones. The man appears worn. I assume you kept your promise, he reminds, unsure of how to speak to his long-lost sensei. Kakashi inclines his head. Sarada is safe. Mitsuki is taking care of her. For now, he wants to say. But he can't will himself to. The thought chokes him up. The two parents look hopeful and Sakura steps forward, letting go of Sasuke's hand. And Boruto? She asks him, pleading. Hinata isn't here right now, but she always asks about him. If you. He's still fighting, he says. Himawari is with Sarada. Sakura looks at Sasuke, and Sasuke looks back, beseeching. She turns back to her sensei. And, what of Naruto? Minato strides forward, clutching at his wife's arm. His son. Where is his son? Kakashi sighs, but he felt no breath. I don't know. Boruto hasn't returned for weeks since his expedition, and the last that we know of him is that he remains sealed. The air thickens more. Though, in a material plane in the middle of a gentle cooling area of water, it's hard to tell. Everything here is peaceful. Until it isn't. Abruptly, Kakashi's vision disorients, and the questions that bleed within everyone simmer to concern. Oh, Obito speaks up, feeling the ground tremble harshly beneath him, waving the water, you're going back. Kakashi whips his head up, alarmed. Back? He asks incredulously. What do you mean, back? Obito delivers a forlorn smile. You're not dead, Kakashi, he tells. I am, he quickly denies. I'm dead. I felt it. I saw it. I know I was. Reincarnation is a thing. Rin's voice softly interrupts, the first she spoke. Wisely, the others remain quiet in the back. As if it were possible, Kakashi's heart lurches the moment she says those words. Memories shimmer before his eyes, and he suddenly feels a haunting chill through his heavy, cold blood. No. Everyone observes him melancholic at the presence of his bewilderment. He recalls a mirror, a boy, and himself. White hair. But his eyes are the purest of blue, so much so they remind him of Naruto's and the galaxy all at once. His body trembles. I don't. Hey, it's okay. Obito smiles at him. We'll still be here when you come back. So don't worry about us, moron. He lets out a good-natured snicker. Kakashi's vision goes black. We'll be waiting. And everything suddenly burns. Hey, he's awake for reals now. Kakashi gasps, opening his eyes to a light that torches his irises above him. He squints, looking away. Hey, kid, take it easy. A woman's voice calls to him, brisk but soothing as he feels his body being pushed back down onto the cot. You just exhausted the hell out of yourself. Kakashi turns his head, blinking. He keeps his vision at a squint, making out long brown hair and a white doctor's coat. What? He croaks, and he immediately begins coughing. His eyes are just like yours. The woman grumbles as she picks up a needle, waving it around with a red liquid distinct from blood. This DNA test won't even be needed, Gojo. I'm just making sure. A man's voice comes back, and Kakashi angles his head toward where the sound comes from, swallowing thickly. The same eyes as before stare back at him. So, what is it? Shoko turned away from her monitor to look behind her, and immediately her previous fatigued expression formed into a glower. Still processing, she answered briskly. Gojo feigned a groan. This is taking so long. It's been 2 hours, you knuckle-headed bitch. Have patience, she grumbled, rubbing her temple in annoyance. Thanks to Gojo's unplanned visit with a literal baby, her temper was sporadic. She'd been in the middle of finishing the last few of her papers for a student patient, prepared to go home, when Gojo had crashed in unannounced and demanded her to fix the little boy. She was right to be livid, since now the 3 hours of sleep she could have gotten were out of the question. Him and his knack for picking up strays forever damned her. 2 hours too long, Gojo mumbled, taking his lanky frame and raising himself to full height to go observe whatever else she was currently scrubbing at. How long do these stupid tests take, anyway? He began poking at the device with his lips pulled forward gleefully. She smacked his hand. Probably a week, she lied. He slumped dramatically over her head. A week? I don't have time for a week. I've got people to see, curses to exorcise. Gojo whined. It was true to a fault. He hardly got sleep sometimes, though that was probably because he spent some of his fatigued moments annoying others, that or shopping. Definitely shopping. Oh, and Digimon. He loved that. We don't even need this test, Shoko reminded, slapping him off while giving him a tired glare that caused his expression to go slack. We both know this kid is yours. Those eyes of his wouldn't be on just anyone. Gojo grinned at her. You never know. What if there's some sorcery out there that can replicate eyes? Huh? He pressed closer, lowering his bandages to give her a stern eye. He had to make sure he wasn't being tricked, after all. The child's energy was low, but it didn't feel particularly human to him. He was suspicious, also upset. He wasn't exactly parenting material, but having a mini-him around would have been cool. But terrifying. Maybe not good in actuality, because Megumi had announced time and time again how much more of a nuisance he was rather than a parent. It did nothing to the woman all too used to his stupid antics. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard, she said plainly. He shrugged. Could be true, though. Shoko stared at him, eyes muted. Gojo gazed back, seeming completely serious with his exaggerated theory. The woman closed her eyes and sighed. She turned to the tubes of blood. If you don't want the kid, you could say that instead of coming up with stupid shit to annoy me with all evening. Gojo crossed his arms. Never said I didn't want him. He paused, considering the inhuman energy he felt around the boy earlier, then reconsidered if it was all an elaborate trap or a method to get him attached to the mini-him that might eventually kill him. Okay. No, I did say that. I lied. I don't want this kid. He cupped his hands in a mocking wave. Shoko rubbed her head hard with the knuckle of her finger in annoyance. Shocking. I'm not going to bother asking why since it's you I'm talking to, and I frankly don't care. What I do care about is if the tests come back positive, you're stuck with him and you're getting him out of my sight and taking all these extra problems I don't have time for with it. Whatever. Gojo hadn't bothered correcting that if the child had potential, he'd keep it regardless. It was a bit contradictory on his part, but that was because of the dangerous circumstances the child would go through if they found out he was the dad, but he would train it if it meant something better for him and the world. Sort of. He honestly hoped it wasn't his flesh and blood. It'd complicate a lot of things for several reasons. The kid deserved to be a kid, and if it turned out he was, in fact, an evil being other than human, he'd be forced to do the unthinkable. If it wasn't for how eerily similar the boy looked to him, he'd have already snuck the poor sucker in and labeled him another potential Megumi 2.0 protege. Says the womanizer. What's that got to do with anything? Gojo suddenly gasped. Are you admitting I get more action than you, Shoko-chan? It's okay, not all of us can be stunningly and rich. Said woman walked away and grabbed a bottle of alcohol from behind a few jars on a counter. Champagne, to be specific. She ignored his leveled gaze while she reached into a cabinet and took out a glass, pouring herself the sizzling liquid before downing it in one go. Gojo watched, waiting. He was eerily silent. She downed 2 more glasses before throwing the drink onto the wall and setting the bottle down. I haven't seen mommy in a while, she started easily, narrowing her eyes. Last I heard she was visiting here, in Tokyo. She paused, for you. Said you knew where you'd find her. The teasing gleam vanished from his face. How should I know? He asked her casually. She hasn't talked to me in 5 years. He wouldn't admit that he didn't have a clue as to who this was. He had a vague picture, but it was hard to confirm when the woman he saw the boy with was a literal pile of mushy meat. 5 years, Shoko repeated, tired. Yep. She rose an eyebrow. And how old is this kid? 3 months? I don't know how babies age. They're bald-headed gremlins, he waved off. Gojo. He hummed at her. Shoko frowned. That kid looks like he's 5 years old. And the corpse you brought in looks like mommy, she stated sourly. Isn't it a little suspicious that she didn't speak to you for 5 years? Gojo shrugged. No, why would I care? He put his arms behind his head and whistled. Had he really impregnated her? He could have sworn he never. Don't be an asshole, she warned. He remained idle. Then, a beep announced itself in the silent room, notifying them of a finished test. Gojo eagerly leapt forward to see but pouted upon realizing it wasn't the kid test. It's her, Shoko confirmed, reading the information on the screen with her usual exhausted expression. The sight of her friend caused a crinkle of pain to appear on the corner of her eyes and an ache in her heart, but the male didn't share the sentiment. Why would he? He only met her on that one night he popped her cherry. People were insignificant to him, even now. Most of the time, he caught sight of the picture and he awed. That's right, that one girl of that one time. He honestly did not remember her attending Jujutsu Tech back in the day, but Shoko seemed to know her, so he didn't voice his suspicions. She was probably a civilian. He did not pay heed to the devastating connection. She looked at him. He said that was his mom, no? She asked, even though it was stupid. He had given a calm explanation of what he'd seen, which at the time had spooked her because it wasn't every day anyone saw Gojo being unseemingly serious. Like always, he cleaned up after any mess, leaving no witnesses behind. An expert in the making, and the fact that it was only one casualty, that he placed with surprising care on one of the cots, shouldn't have been alarming. But this was her friend she was speaking about. A good friend she'd met over drinks a decade ago. A normal civilian woman by the name of Mami Hachimitsu, a kind, snarky woman she'd made Utahime contest for drinking. She's dead. Why hadn't she told her anything? Yep, Gojo answered. That's what the kiddo said. She clutched her head. I need another drink, she breathed, sticking her hand into the drawer. Out came another cup, and grudgingly, she poured the liquid into the red container. She drank it just as quickly as the others. It was surprising she wasn't downing the bottle in one go. I wish I never stopped smoking, she internally moped. So, Gojo scratched his head, is it my kid yet? Her eye twitched. You. Beep. Immediately, Gojo shoved Shoko aside. He stood where she stood seconds ago, face raking over the information like a starved man, imploring and hopeful. Green reflected shamingly against his skin, and his heart plummeted. Actually no. The best way to describe how felt at the moment was vaguely disbelieving and numb. His heart was still on beat, albeit a little slow. Flipping him off, she took a look for herself, only to pause. She grabbed the bottle, reading herself for a long gulp. Son of a bitch, would you look at that? In bold, green lettering, the static screen announced a confirmed and mocking match. This machine's broken, Gojo mumbled to himself. He poked at it again. She drank and sighed. So you're denying it now? She asked him, blinking slowly. Nope, he was picking at the tubes he wasn't supposed to touch at all. You probably put in the wrong blood. I know you're very tired, Shoko-chan. He shoved in another dial of blood, messing up the other ones carefully in place. He poked at the machine a third time. It's okay, this one should work. He grinned, easy and nice. Her temper was steadily rising. Shame on you, trying to trick me. You're terrible with pranks. It flared. Shut the fuck up and look at the facts, she growled, and he paused to look at her intriguingly with a slightly raised bandage where his eyebrow would be. You saw me put the right one in. You waited with me for the results. You know this machine isn't broken, or else it wouldn't have confirmed Mammy's body. He was passive as he moved himself to look directly into her eyes. She was serious. That's your damn kid. She took a swivel at the alcohol, and you know it. Not possible, he shook his head. Trust me, I would've known? She asked, and a grim line set itself on her lips. I didn't even know. Do you really think she'd have told you? With who you are? He silenced, considering. Wasn't he wrong to think she was a civilian? How did she know of jujutsu? He hadn't remembered taking the time to tell her the works. Did Shoko? But she wasn't stupid. Things weren't making sense. Clan politics are ass. They're the most annoying shit on the planet. It was obvious that a woman in her situation wouldn't have said not a thing. She breathed in, trying to calm herself. Her freedom would have been revoked. Her child taken away. He opened his mouth again. No, she interrupted, you wouldn't have helped. You don't care about people, Gojo. That's just who you are. You're a. Her eyes were becoming increasingly exhausted. He didn't know how to answer that. You'd have told her to get an abortion. Her tone was bland. He winced. That's true, but. She always wanted a kid, her voice cut in again, melancholic but harsh. She wouldn't have done it. He waved the little tube in the air playfully, but the grin on his face was plastic. Shoko-chan tilde. Stop bullying me. You know what'd happen if it were my kid. That kid can't possibly be mine, he said, both considerate and meaningful. Something was nagging at him, and he didn't know if it was the kid's curse energy spiking from the other room, or if it was the odd electric residue coming from the morgue. Do you think I'd be that crazy? I made sure Well, you fucked it up, Shoko said, plain and simple. That's not. Regardless if you think it isn't. Shoko pushed the bottle on a table, setting aside the plastic cup. We can't deny that by the looks of it. This kid is yours, Gojo. The evidence is right here, and don't even get me started on what he looks like. White hair, those creepy ass eyes that look exactly like yours. She wavered, looking behind her to take a look at the cameras before turning back, and the features. It screams ugly white-haired bastard. Pretty, actually. And I don't have a mole, the man replied as if that was something to be proud of. Oh, for the love of. This is your damn kid, and you know it. Stop being in denial. He looked away, then hummed good-naturedly. The kid's gone. Shoko swerved her head to the cameras. Sure enough, the bed was empty and the window was open. She closed her eyes. You're fucking shitting me. I'm not, he said, and his idiotic stupid-ass whistling lips began to play the mariachi band. She glared. Go find him. He couldn't have gotten far. He huffed and did as she asked. Kakashi hated hospitals. It was a known fact among everyone who knew him, or once knew him, morbidly said. A so-called personality trait that all had branded him with since he was but a boy of 4 years old. He had an immense dislike for clinics of any kind, and with it came the knowledge that no matter the circumstance, Kakashi would be kept under surveillance for as long as he needed to be for him to properly gain his health back. Due to that qualm, because he'd rather be caught dead than in a hospital, Kakashi had a very hard time leaving in his lifetime. He always managed it one way or another, but it was difficult nonetheless. Still, he got out. In this life, it would be no different. So, when the doctor and the abomination said Doctor called his father had left, he removed everything attached to him and forced himself out of bed. And made his escape. It was sickeningly easy. Kakashi planned it all after the shock of waking up subsided, ignoring the probing questions of that Yeti while doing so. The questions were more so demands than anything else. Who's the baby mama? Or, was it booty call number 1 or 2? Whatever the hell that meant. Kakashi answered by feigning sleep, finding that it did cease the questions until, well, he was almost rattled awake by the shaman. The doctor thankfully stopped it, and with the new angle, ignoring the pain upon being lifted like a rag doll, he was permitted to see better around himself. Although extremely sensitive, Kakashi forced himself to assess his surroundings at the time, recalling similar objects the mother of this life had once shown him when he was still just an idiot toddler gathering traumatizing memories. This included the beeping machine that the man-now boy recalled making a fuss about if removed and a regular old IV fluid thing he'd always known about. 2 things to watch out for: noise and bloody messes. So, to avoid noise, he unplugged the machine. More so cut the cable, which hissed his skin in a way his Chidori used to do. It was fine, it only numbed his hand for 10 minutes. No biggie. The IV thingy was ripped off. It didn't hurt nearly as much as he thought it would have, since, well, his arm was fucking numb. Anyway, he stumbled and righted himself, making sure his steps were silent as he grabbed onto a chair and dragged it. His eyes still hurt, but it was less now than before due to the lights off for his convenience. You want him blind? He was reluctantly thankful for that doctor. With the chair against the wall and the window locked tight, he swiftly made his way to the drawers in the room, taking out a small knife-like device, a scalpel, thank you Sakura, and a doctor's mask he happened to find within it. He returned to his planning. His hearing was still as acute as his old life's, taste and smell all the same, and he was thankful those traits were things that wouldn't make him forget who he truly was. With his mask on and his new weapon in hand, he climbed the chair and jammed the metal into the lock. Which was super stupid of him because he only needed to turn the rusty metal to open it from the inside out. Windows are meant to keep things out, remember. His tiny head peeked out, puffy silver strands, whiter, now, he guessed, moving with the freezing breeze. The drop wasn't that long, probably 2 or 3 stories high, and there were smaller boards steeply decorated onto the building that would allow him a slower but safer scaling. All in all, it was safe enough. The fact that he was lucky this building was climb approved was disorienting. He was not a lucky man. Child, toddler, whatever. Tiredly, he shuffled his little legs and turned one over onto the ledge followed by the other. His bare feet slid against the colored concrete, but he kept himself stable after quickly stabbing the wall hard enough to create a hole. From there, he used his other hand to clench the bare wall, nails going bloody from the tension as he ripped out the scalpel and did the same. He continued this process, skipping a few times when the ledges were merciful, and then when he was close enough to the ground, he threw himself away from the wall. He landed with a roll, grunting, squeaking because he was a fucking baby, and heaved. His stomach clenched with hunger and his throat became drier with his pants for breath, and he collapsed again when his head made a heavy huffed twirl of his surroundings. It took him 2 minutes, yes, he counted, before he continued his trek. Within those 2 minutes, he thought about life. Where would he go? Did he have more family besides his mother? He refused to believe that vile man was his father. He was ugly. Seriously though, where the fuck was he going? He'd escape and then what? Oh, Cammy. Everything was so damn painful. He hated it here. This was Obito's fault, somehow. He crawled first, thought hard about his situation, and promptly said fuck it. He either survived his dilemma now or died trying to. Either way, it was a win-win for him. If he survived, he'd get to go scot-free and live this life remembering his regrets and hating himself all over again. If he died, he'd meet everyone else in the afterlife. There was nothing for him here, in this life. He didn't care that he was blessed with another. All he wanted was his family. He wanted to see his father again, his friends, and his kids. Everybody from his old life. All that waited for him here was more death. More people he'd get attached to, and inevitably fail. He wasn't even completely conscious when he lost his mother. All he remembered, grasping at the memories of this child's past, was her smile. She looked a lot like how Tsukumo, his true father, described his real mother from his past life. He wondered if it was the same woman, just reincarnated, like him. The thought numbed him. He'd never have a mother, would he? 4 years at a fresh start, and he fucked it up. Who else was next? That worm he sees wiggling like a circumcised penis beside him on the ground? Whatever, it was the same. Either he died now or lived in isolation. These were perfect circumstances. Until they weren't. Well, the rake said, tone varying between serious and impressed as he snatched him up from his hospital clothes. Guess who I found crawling like a fetus? Suddenly all up in his face with no eyes to stare into but bandages. There the Yeti, father, was. Smiling all calm, as if he didn't just catch Kakashi escaping prison, hospital. The elation on his face felt completely mocking, bordering on annoyance. To what, it was clear, but Kakashi didn't give a shit. What he did give a shit about was how cold it currently was. Because hospital gowns didn't have a backside, the air was spreading through Kakashi's butt cheeks. He did not like this. It was apparent this man that was supposedly his father was a big stinky pervert too. The adult checked behind where his butt was exposed with further lifting before facing him again, inspecting for weapons he likely thought he had on him. Or chasing him, but Kakashi didn't know that. To Kakashi, this looked like a weapon check. Kids were dangerous, okay? Bloody nails and all, Kakashi sniffed and scratched his nose through the mask. What would a child say? They'd act dumb, no? Wait, he honestly couldn't give much of a damn. Ma, what's a fetus? He asked, casual and completely normal. Yes, a perfect response. Nobody will suspect a thing. Not that he didn't expect them to. Even in his previous life, he was not a normal toddler. His pronunciation was spot on, and Gojo wasn't that much of an idiot not to notice. He stared, seeming to have not expected a response since this was the first proper sentence he had uttered in his presence. A grin slowly formed on the exposed parts of his features. To Kakashi, the grin was predatory. Look in a mirror, and you'll know what a fetus is. He chirped, tucking Kakashi under his arm like a fucking box. For a copycat, you're adorable. Without the blood and all. Adorable? Kakashi thought skeptically. There was nothing adorable about seeing an injured child. With his butt facing the front and his head staring behind, mocking, he swore, his escape. Kakashi thought about throwing a fuss but then faltered. An alternative idea manifested in his head. He had something up his sleeve. No, literally, he had a knife, a scalpel, Kakashi-sensei. Idly, Kakashi tugged the object from his hands, untensed his muscles to decrease suspicion that he was doing something, and stabbed the man's arm. The blade made direct contact, and the Yeti, father, he had to remember, dropped him but made no outward yell to assume the blade made any damage. All he heard was a muttered, "Since when did mosquitoes have anti-infinity?" before he'd gone and dipped. Kakashi immediately made a run for it, ignoring the screams of his muscles as he crawled under a bush. And another bush. And another. Wow. Rude, he heard the Yeti speak again with a stunned tone from a distance. What an idiot, Kakashi thought. Weapons first, sentencing later. Although now weaponless, Kakashi would have no trouble escaping and looking for another. All he needed to do now was catch up on some ground and find a nice little hiding. Hold it, Kakashi withheld from squeaking like a squirrel when a hand grabbed his clothes again. It was the woman this time, and Kakashi's previous blankness formed into childlike innocence that made his eyes look big and doe-like when he came face to face with her. All cute and snuggly, just the way he looked at her when the Yeti shook him for answers hours ago. You know, she was kind of pretty. The woman stared back with some sort of shit-less exhaustion. You, kid, are definitely Gojo's child, she grumbled, tossing him over her shoulder without a care for his injured state. Kakashi bit his tongue from crying. He was a toddler in pain, for fuck's sake, and accepted his defeat when something bound his hands together. The plan was perfect, but his execution was ass. Maybe there were secret seals around this place that alerted them of his poor attempt of leaving unannounced? Whatever. His record was officially broken. It was time to do what he knew best, bullshitting his way out. Who's Gojo? He asked the lady innocently. He assumed the name was the Yeti, but he wasn't so sure. He hadn't been paying attention. Your dad, she replied breezily. Kakashi did not move. He blinked slowly, sniffed, and spoke. Is he the ugly big Yeti? His voice was nauseatingly cute. Switching tactics to an unassuming child would be best if he wanted things to go the way he wanted them to. He was not beneath trickery. The young pup didn't see the subtle quirk of her lips. He was not even aware of how monotone he sounded. "Yep, that's him," she said. Kakashi's little fingers twitched, withholding a wince from the pain as he connected the dots. Gojo, he thought, does that mean my last name is Gojo? Because assuming that this woman held contempt for his father, it was likely she didn't give him the time of day to call him by his given name. Assuming. He's mean. He called me a fetus. Aren't you a fetus? Kakashi scowled beneath his mask. It was clear this woman wouldn't help him. No, he paused, considering if he should go all out. He decided it was best to. I'm big, he added for extra effect. For a walnut, he had enough. I came out of my mom's vagina 67 years ago, he promptly stated with no hesitation whatsoever. Resourcefulness was lacking in this life, he thought candidly. I'm old enough. There was a tentative, abrupt silence. It stretched for who knew how long. Seriously, how long did he run for? Until she finally talked. I'm not going to ask how you know what a vagina is. He sulked internally. This woman was boring. Was she not going to question why a toddler such as himself said an oddly specific number of age? Was she not mentally well? He wasn't either, but that would make things further vexing. A sane person would be questioning him right now and distracted enough for an ambush. Whatever this woman had, this power circulating around him, was preventing it. He was also aware that power like this needed concentration. If he could manage to divert her to an adequate topic. They stalked in the night through the bushes he scurried under, and every step made him squirm lightly from the pain of having his ribs brush against her shoulder. The air was stifling. Let's play a game, he proposed. No, she said. Kakashi scowled, but he looked more so like a whiny puppy. Why? The woman made sure to take an extra big step. You're sick. Says who? Me, the doctor. Ew. A doctor. How had he missed that? She had the get-up and everything. He'll set the room on fire next time. Once again, he was at the place he landed on, and the scent of girl perfume reached his nose. It seemed his father was still around. Is that blood? The lady abruptly asked, coming to a stop. For a moment, Kakashi thought she was asking him. Curious, he snuck a peek, bored and defeated and utterly spent. The scent of iron and brooding assaulted his sinuses. No, this is jam, came the sarcastic response. Jam that looks suspiciously like blood coming from my arm where an obvious medical thingy ma jiggy is currently hanging from. Yes, jam. Scalpel, Kakashi corrected in his mind. The area was quiet. Crickets chirped in the night, and the loud sounds of wind were caught by the little boy's ear, feeding the silence. Then, did this kid just pass through your infinity? It was choked. Kakashi decided to amuse himself by facing the Yeti, father, again, head on. Eyes on eyes, bandages. Yep, he said, and Kakashi knew that the intense manner in which he was staring at him was bound to burn holes through the wrappings. A groan Kakashi was able to hear due to his angle came into fruition from the pretty lady's mouth, sounding like music to his ears. I'm too fucking old for this, the pretty lady said, palming his back before having him in front of her like a cat. He stared at her with a dull silence, completely unrelenting for any reaction. Truthfully, he was bored. You look old, he insulted pettily. Upon looking at him, the pretty lady sighed. And you keep saying this isn't your kid? Obviously, Yeti said, scandalized. Kakashi looked at him. Gojo's stance was completely still, his face devoid of any playful nature. Oh, so this is what he looked like, all upset. Loser. Kakashi sniffed. He's a pedophile, he spoke, tiny and adorable. The silence after that was deafening. There were a lot of things Kakashi regretted in his life. A lot. Keyword regretted. Obito and Rin didn't weigh on him too much anymore, and neither did the deaths of anyone else. He's learned to accept that it wasn't his job, or to his ability at times, to help those in need. It was a gruesome process to get used to after many decades, but the fruits of his struggling labor came to bear at least the barest hints of sweetness. A sweetness that he found in Team 7 and friends. Oh, no, he still regretted a lot of things, don't get him wrong. It's a habit to remember and blame himself, but he also recognized that their deaths were their choice, not his. Still, he was nonetheless a part to blame for Obito's end. If he hadn't been so hostile, he'd have saved him and avoided so many casualties. A lot of things could have been detoured alternatively for the best if he had been a better person. But, as his therapist of many years had always said, Inoichi, even in grave, liked to remind him of how unstable he is. The circumstances are always an important part to play in someone's life. The environment, the fairness. Everything. It was not his fault his father died. It was not his fault his friends died. It was not his fault he couldn't save everyone. But stabbing his new father? That was entirely his fault. And he loved it. Without shame, he thought it was the best thing he'd done since he started living again. Sure, it came with the consequences of being confined within the hospital room for the foreseeable future, but as he gazed lazily up at the towering Yeti with a pouty, interested look on his face, Kakashi was having the time of his fucking life. With that woman's healing ability and a couple of gulps of water he'd been given, much to his new father's chagrin, he felt like a god. Well, that was pushing it, but it was true. He felt good. He stabbed me, the Yeti accused, and Kakashi would have been fearful if not for the humorous expression on the woman's face. Oh, and if he cared. Couldn't forget that little detail. He stabbed you, she agreed. Interesting, Yeti murmured, scrutinizing him blankly. His tone was sharp, but Kakashi caught on to his glimmer of surprise and curiosity. Nobody's able to do that. Not one. I'm the strongest, keep in mind. So this sperm of mine. He went quiet, and a grin began to form on his face that Kakashi didn't give a shit about, before being immediately snuffed out when Kakashi quickly flicked him the finger while Shoko wasn't looking. The pout was back, but it was playful now. Less hostile. Kakashi admitted he was disappointed he hadn't garnered a more outraged reaction. It would have been funny. He's mean. And weak. He couldn't have passed through it. He chirped. It was clear. This man was trying to rile him up. For what, he had no idea. His new father was awfully childish. Kakashi replied by kicking his legs back and forth on the cot he currently sat on. Gojo turned his head to look at Shoko, pointing at him. Look, he's bullying me. He's just sitting there, menacingly. Alright, she sighed, righting herself, I've had enough of this. He's laughing now, and I have things to do. Gojo, get the fuck over it. He stabbed you, so what? Are you forgetting this is your kid? Or did he stab you harder than I thought? That first option. Gojo, I don't think you understand how big this is. He, as in, Gremlin baby, stabbed me, the strongest, the older male complained again, but it was hardly a complaint. His lips were quirked upward, whining faked, and from the look of it, seemed to be an excuse to shake Shoko's shoulders vigorously to the point the disdain was sneering off of her. A ploy, hiding his strange elation for the situation. It didn't hide Shoko's impulsive smack to the face though. It hid nothing but his infinity, and hauntingly as the Tobi Kakashi remembered his merciless past life, Gojo flailed around, pretending to be hit. Sharply, Kakashi caught onto the missed touch. Tobi, Obito, it didn't matter. The power was the opposite. A block? He'd need to study him more. Yes, she groaned, nobody can stab you, yada yada, you're the strongest, blah, blah, blah. Don't touch me. She sounded lethargic. As soon as she said that, Gojo stopped moving exaggeratively. He grinned. See? He turned to the child. Look, I just proved you wrong. He didn't even say anything. I read his mind. No, you didn't. His face says it all. What? Look at him, with his little baby face. Asshole. Are you serious? He clearly wants to fight. Ma, shut up, pedophile, the kid declared, humming playfully afterward at the ensuing silence. Since it seemed this man took great offense at being accused as a UAL predator, Kakashi kept note that he'd use it at any given point possible. If he so wanted, he'd use it as a method of escape. Though, they were slim, since it appeared by the look in his new father's eye that he'll be kept locked up with chains. Despite the cheery smile on his face, the man was unsettled. It was hard to tell, but Kakashi supposed his new perceptive sensory ability detected that hint of darkness. Something told him it had to do with the stab he delightfully enjoyed, which Kakashi should ponder on as to how he managed to heal himself. How ironic it was that in both worlds, he was born from the strongest at the time. Allegedly for one, and both were stabbed. Hey, whoever just said that, shut up? His little victory was cut short when there was an unexpected ringing sound that caused him to flinch. He turned right at Shoko's breast pocket, where he noticed the barest hints of vibrations through the white coat. He raised his bandaged hand to cover one of his ears, withholding a wince as the woman looked at him curiously. "Who's calling you? Tell them to get me some mochi, I've been abused," his father helpfully quipped, putting up a finger. He wasn't even looking at him anymore. With a calculative gaze in Kakashi's direction, Shoko quickly removed her phone from her pocket and answered with a finger slide across the screen. "What?" Kakashi looked on, confused. "A box? That sounded like a person. No buttons were pushed, or maybe there were some, and he couldn't see. The screen was black, though." "Nay, Gremlin, you seem confused." Kakashi looked at his father, faltering his expression. It wasn't lost on the older man. Gojo was smiling still. Seriously, was he high? Looking like he knew exactly what Kakashi was thinking. The child guessed he had no idea. "You can get one if you tell me all your secrets, Tilda." Kakashi didn't want one. If it was as loud as what just transpired, he'd rather stay far away. This man was running out of things to say. "I don't care," his petite voice said dully. Gojo sighed dramatically. "You don't have to lie, Tilda. Can you stop bullying him?" Shoko hissed, pressing her finger onto the box. His ears caught a subtle boop, leaving. What the hell was that thing? It looked like one of Boruto's video games. The boy so similar to Naruto had been urging him to play a game, claiming that it was better than reading the literacy garbage of Icha. His expression had been so sunny, so encouraging. Just like Naruto. His eyes drooped. The reminder of Boruto stung. His suffering throughout the years caused an unnecessary sadness to resurface. He questioned how the boy was now, without him in that little world of hell. Who was there to lead now, without Naruto? And Kawaki? Where had he gone, after so long? He'd failed the mission he'd given him, after all. He hadn't seen Guy in the afterlife. Had his friend made it out? His distinct scream wasn't lost in his last moments. Had he died slower, after him? He'd never know. "Kid." Kakashi blinked out of his daze to look at the two adults standing before him. He ignored the concern evident on their faces. Well, more so the pretty lady. The Yeti seemed disturbed. "We lost you there." Kakashi fiddled with the gown with his fingers, ignoring the sting. "What?" he asked, clear disinterest in his voice. Shoko looked at Gojo with a knowing, exasperated look. The man feigned offense. She sighed. "I'm needed somewhere else," she announced, pointedly looking at Kakashi. "Don't escape, or we're chaining you in here. Got it? Since I don't trust this head to take care of you," says the potty mouth. "You're going to eat this." She took out a box of cookies, which Gojo gasped at, in about 3 hours. She dropped her wrist, ignoring Gojo's, who still uses watches, comment. Kakashi took the box and examined it. There was a scoff on his side. "Give me the cookies, this fetus won't understand. He's 3, 4, Kakashi corrected. There was an incoherent mumble from the Yeti. Shoko looked further irritated. "If this brat can escape a high-security room without ringing the alarms I specifically set in place for emergencies, then he's smart enough to understand when to eat the cookies." Kakashi opened the box, tempted to eat one just to shit on them. Only 2 official days since he was fully back, and already his favorite pastime was annoying people. Maybe Naruto was right when he said he'd taken out the stick up his ass to riddle it into other people just for shits and giggles. He needed his old hobby back. With his book, he'd have a field day with everyone's new reactions. Was it sad that this was the only thing he was looking forward to? "So true, bestie. Was that a new lingo you learned? Can you kill yourself?" Kakashi glanced away from the box to look at the woman. "Are you asking me?" he asked her, both serious and joking. Gojo opened his mouth. "No," she snapped, glaring at the grown man. She regarded Kakashi warily. "And don't joke like that. I don't even think you know the context." Kakashi shrugged. "Boring," Gojo said. "Didn't you say this kid was smart?" Shoko leveled him with a tired glare. "And you? Don't eat the cookies, stay here, and keep watch. This kid is a curse magnet, and his weakness is only making it worse." She ignored his jab. Kakashi perked up. "Curse? Yeah, Gojo waved off, leaning onto the wall. "I get it. No eating cookies, no leaving, yada, yada, yada. The gremlin is in danger, and curse stuff. He's fine. The strongest is here," he huffed. "I'm serious," Shoko grumbled but knew it was useless telling him anything. He'd never listened to her, and he wouldn't start now. He wasn't heartless though, so at the very least she knew he'd stay. "Same," came Gojo's lame reply. "This isn't iMessage. The boy had no idea of this dynamic and no idea what the fuck a curse was. Was it an enemy? What's a curse? He asked, monotone. He figured asking wouldn't be much of a hassle. It seemed this place had tricks. Powers, he supposed, if her healing was anything to gawk at. His eyes hurt if he focused on them. Normally questions wouldn't be blurting from his mouth, but because he had little to no care about his well-being let alone dignity, asking was easier than monitoring around aimlessly. A big bad monster that'll eat you if you don't worship me and beg for my forgiveness, Gojo replied sternly. Kakashi looked at Shoko for confirmation. She was busy typing away on her phone now. From her posture, he guessed she was listening but ignoring them entirely. He darted back to his new father, slightly exasperated. I hope it eats me. The Yeti poked the boy's cheek. So careless, baby-chan. And so mean. You called me a fetus. And shut up. You shut up. No, you. Kid, I'm your dad. Respect your elders. He reached forward and pinched Kakashi's face, having the balls to coo. Kakashi looked murderous. I don't even know you. His hand dropped immediately. Gojo, Shoko interrupted, and both male participants turned toward her, equally attentive. She took a moment to drink in their familiarity before resuming her sudden declaration. If this kid is fine after tomorrow, you're taking him in. An inquisitive look formed on the adult's features, and Kakashi sighed. If you don't want me, I can leave, he spoke casually. The woman who gave birth to me had parents, maybe. The atmosphere became docile. Shoko looked awkward, and Gojo even more reluctant. But that was only because he thought the boy didn't know of his mother's passing. No can do, he told him, grounding him with a begrudging gaze. Or, what seemed like it. The top half of his face was covered. Curses are going to eat you, and because you're, unfortunately, scratch that, fortunately, because I'm so great, related to me. He moved his hand flamboyantly, sighing dejectedly that wasn't quite as sad as Kakashi sensed him to be. There are a lot of people who'd kill to have you. Sticking with me is your best bet. Kakashi rose an eyebrow. What if I want them to get me? He challenged, just because he could. Gojo shot him a dry look. With your ability to pierce through my infinity and your lack of restraint on your cursed energy? You've got some jokes, kid, he said. Cursed energy? Kakashi pondered for a second. That must be what they call the power here. Gojo was still talking. Don't be stupid. You don't even understand why your existence is a problem. The words of a man who didn't want him. Wow, great. Kakashi was dealing with a negligent father now. At least the first one was doing it out of duty. This one seemed to do it by choice. Kakashi set the box aside, feeling sick. Not from what he said, but because the sweet smell was concentrated without his mask. Ma, I hate sweets, he changed the subject, wrinkling his nose. He was done talking. Shoko walked out of the room before the man-baby recited the Declaration of Independence about why sugar was so great. You know, Gojo began casually, breaking the silence that longed for hours after Shoko had left him with the kid. I don't even know your name. The little brat, who's sitting upright and playing with the bottle of alcohol Shoko left out, stopped to look at him. His eyes were just as hauntingly piercing as his own, and yet, they held none of that obnoxious glimmer he's known for. Creepily, they looked almost dead. Lifeless, bored. That and dry, like the little thing was mocking stupidity. They also looked cute, but he didn't care about that because it was obvious that was all his genes. This kid stole his look. Something about looking at his creation, which, again, was so abrupt and weird, gave him a funny feeling. It was like looking in a mirror of his young self. White hair, blue eyes, and an air of not giving a fuck. It's clear who won the war. He would have felt proud that his child seemed so much like him. Truth was, he didn't even know him enough to say so. He had just found out his age, even. 4 years old. 4 years of not knowing anything. Of his existence. His own son. When the boy didn't reply, Gojo went for an easy smile. Maybe I should name you, he suggested. The brat continued to hit the side of the bottle lightly with a toothpick far too big for his little hands. How about it, huh? He crossed his arms, tilting his head in mocking thought. Can't keep calling you midget in my head. It gets boring. Though, the name does suit you. Dozens of names crossed his head. He had already put Ijichi on the job for any information about his son, but it seemed there wasn't any to go off of. It was up to him to make something out of nothing. What could he name him? Sato? Akito? Those were plain. Megumi had a nice touch, but there was already one of them. It'd probably get confusing. He probably wouldn't appreciate being called a girl name, anyway. Though, names were names. As long as they were special it wasn't a problem. But what could he name him? He wanted his son to have some pizzazz. Intimidation had a nice factor too, so that if anyone else outside his close circle found out about his son, they'd reconsider. Fat chance it would stop them, though. Godzilla was looking like a really nice choice. Maybe he already had a name? The boy blinked slowly at him. Gojo was impatient as he was patient. Placing a lingering hand on his chin, he hummed. How about? He paused for dramatic effect, seeing the little boy so disinterested in his majestic acting. Little shit? He offered, keeping his smile as innocent as he could. Staying annoying around this kid was backfiring him, and he wondered if it had something to do with genes. Nah, Gojo humored himself, my old man was boring as shit. The thought filled him with dread. Was his son going to be boring? The boy stilled for a moment. The tenseness caused Gojo to snap himself out of his reverie, and gleam mirthlessly at the young lad. He stopped hitting that stupid bottle, looked toward him, and reacted. It was barely a face, a simple downturn of his brows and cheeks, but it was there. Feeling a bit victorious at the furrow of his brows, Gojo's smile only widened. It fits, nay? You're little, and you're a shit. Looking at anger was better than nothing. His child was too inexpressive. It worried him a little. He hoped he wasn't super traumatized. That'd suck. He didn't want his kid to have to hide himself from him. Suddenly, the boy's eyes got very wide, and he sniffled. For a moment, Gojo froze, thinking that he somehow made the kid cry. It's totally not because he cared, it's because if the kid cried, he'd never shut up. Babies never shut up, he'd know. However, his smile slipped off his face to become a blankness when the stupid gnome pushed the bottle hard enough to fall and break. Now there was a toddler sitting on the table, a smashed bottle of alcohol, and a suspiciously calm man-child. Two, to be honest. Except one was child-man, and the other man-child. Two opposites of the same coin. Now that wasn't very nice, Gojo chastised lightly, waving his finger. What will Shoko say when she comes in? The kid gave a reasonable pat on the table in a baby way as a reply. The man-child moped. You're awfully silent, little shit. What happened to all that bark, earlier? The boy wrinkled his nose for another sniff. Gojo didn't know that the chemicals in the room were bothering him. My mommy said not to speak to strangers, the boy said, clearly lying because he was speaking just fine a few hours ago. Also, it was weird that the kid was calling his mom by such an infantile name since just moments before the child had referred to her as the woman that gave birth to him. It added a lot of corrupt theories on Gojo's end that he hoped weren't true. Mommy is dead now, so that rule is out of the question, Gojo carelessly replied. He hid a wince when he caught sight of the slight droop of the boy's eyes. Shoot, maybe that was a bit harsh on his part. Still, the kid didn't cry. He's your kid, he ain't weak, his rare inner conscience answered for him in an abrupt wave of empathy. Oh, so that bastard was still alive? Damn, he hadn't cried once since he woke up. It spoke again. Why would he cry over some random lady that was supposedly his mom? What a cruel standpoint. Gojo might have not felt much as a kid, but a kid losing their mom no matter the circumstance was still fucked. Any child would be sad. What was your mother's name? He asked, just because he could shut that guilt-ridden voice in his head. He knew who it was but, he was still in denial. Maybe a name could revive his memory. He'd remember who he meshed parts with, right? It definitely wasn't because he was anxious to know why she'd hide something this monumental from him. He knew the reasons behind it, of his clan and the responsibilities, and how he'd be a big target, but Gojo wasn't fucking heartless. This was his kid. He'd missed out on 4 years of his son's life. As abrupt as it was. The boy shrugged. Dunno, he said, honestly. Really? Never mentioned her name or anything? Gojo droned. The kid banged the toothpick against the table, yet again as another baby-like response. My mother was too busy trying to run away to say names, he said, and Gojo saw the truth. The tone changed drastically, and while any normal person would have felt uneasy with how formal the kid suddenly became, Gojo wasn't just anybody. He would be surprised if his kid was not weird. Again, meddling thoughts of him being a curse were rerun, but his eyes didn't lie. In the boy's truest form, at least, from a superficial level, it was a human child. He wondered about his soul. The male Yeti crossed his arms. Running away? He questioned, partly understanding. It would explain the calls she'd ignored from him a couple of years back. Being on the run couldn't have been easy, but still. He would have felt it, wouldn't he? Shoko brought up some pretty annoying points, Gojo groaned to himself. The boy looked suspiciously calm. Too calm. She was a criminal, he said simply and to the point. He moved to settle himself more comfortably on the marble, and Gojo had to hold in a laugh from the boy's baby body. Seriously, how is this kid so damn tiny? Focus, asshole. Shut up, subconscious. He raised a playful brow. Criminal? What, did she steal? Yes. Really? That's nice. No it wasn't. Anything else? What about Barney? Bad guys, politicians, inhumane grotesque creatures. Bad men were around, but I got rid of them. Gojo blanked. The kid blinked like a lizard. Shoko came into the room. The silence became stifling. Now, she began, staring blandly at the floor with unresolved tipping frustration. Why the hell is there a broken bottle on my floor? The boy immediately pointed at Gojo. He tried to hit me with it. Wow. After being dismissed into a room full of bags of clothes, time passed relatively quickly. The morning was quickly approaching, and the trauma of that apparent curse spirit was beginning to go away. No, Kakashi lied. That shit was terrifying. He also didn't like the tight, enclosed space of the brown room. It reminded him too much of caves. Which was why he was now outside the building by the entrance with an irritated Shoko. Apparently, there was a change of plans now that some other person was available, and the woman didn't want him to linger inside the room anymore. Which was fair, because after breaking the bottle, he broke several jars afterward every time she left the room. All to blame Gojo, of course. You need the sugar intake, Shoko said to Kakashi, her eye bags further sunken than before. Likely from the lengths she took to obscure everyone from his existence. Because you have that bastard as a father, she thumbed toward Gojo's direction, who, currently spoke with an equally as irritated blonde man who held onto another child older than him from across the yard. You're assumably. Never mind. I'm too tired to explain. Just eat sugar, she finished lamely with a sip of her coffee. Kakashi scratched his arm laced in cloth. Particularly, he was dressed in small blue sweatpants and a large black t-shirt he'd found inside the bags, lost and found. It did nothing for the cold that seeped through his bare feet, or the frigidness that rose goosebumps on his arms. At least he had a mask now. You're coming for a thorough checkup in a week, she continued, rubbing her eyes. I need some official papers before I get to do anything to you. Such as a birth certificate, medical report. All else that's a pain in the ass. Kakashi nodded. I never went to the doctors, he said. You can include that in my medical report. I've also predominantly eaten moldy junk food, which would explain my height. Your advanced language is creepy, Shoko deadpanned. Nonetheless, I'll keep what you said in mind. Anything else? Her coffee sunk lower after another helpful gulp. These people did not care about his vast knowledge a 4-year-old shouldn't know, let alone pronounce. He wasn't sure whether to be bored with that or suspicious. My name is Hitaki Kakashi, he supplied truthfully. I love dogs, Icha, and I was born September 15th. Hitaki? Never heard of that, she admitted, then made a face. And Scarecrow? Just what the hell was mommy thinking naming you that? The boy shrugged. It's a nice name, he mumbled. He didn't overlook her absence of intrigue over Icha. It meant it existed here. Shoko snorted. Sure, she paused. Then, I'd ask if you've had any education, but that'd be a stupid question. Clearly, he agreed. She scowled. Don't get cheeky. I've only just started to tolerate you, don't become another Satoru. He tilted his head. That's his name? He asked, reaching under his mask to scratch at his chin. Yeah, don't wear it out. He'd like it too much, Shoko said. That said a lot. So, I was right. He's extremely narcissistic. The assessment was simple. Because Kakashi had nothing better to do other than blatantly humiliate his new father, he decided that studying him in the most thorough of fashions was all he could do for the time being. From the peak of the white eyelashes under the bandages to his lanky stance, Kakashi conducted absolute detective work. The man was arrogant, childish, and calculative. He seemed to have a minor psychotic tendency. One Kakashi could tell based on how immediate his reactions changed, and his insistence to have the attention, and there was also undermined apathy. He wasn't quite sure he cared, not in a way that made it obvious to Kakashi, but there were no scenarios in which he could prove it, so that alignment was faulty. The man was observant, he'd give him that. Gojo had noticed his subtle mood changes quite easily, though only the times Kakashi felt an anxious swirling of something inside his gut. In the past hours he was left alone with him. Kakashi had seen him leave about 2 times for 30 minutes and counting as well, binding his body from escaping, of course. So that meant he was a very busy man. It appeared to Kakashi that he was rather aloof. Blunt as well, with no care for what the consequences his words would have. He kept saying he was the strongest, and from his indifferent confidence, Kakashi believed him. He hadn't included his new father's name, but the primary meaning for one of them was, to attain higher perception. Which was just a fancy way of stating, God's sight. So, all in all, his new father was an attention whore at worst and a conniving man at best. While Kakashi would have looked underneath the underneath because he knew for sure there was more to this Gojo Satoru than what he saw, he was honest to God not patient or vitalized enough to do so. Not going to ask how you know what any of that means, nor do I care. Shoko answered him with a careless air, stopping his inner monologue analysis. Just make sure your twat of a father takes you to your checkup at 10 o'clock sharp, she provided lazily. His hopes that things would be easy were diminishing by the second. Okay, he said and watched her leave. With that, Kakashi took the chance to look about the location. He couldn't move from where he stood for obvious reasons, so touring around to sightsee was all he was able to do now. There was little to look at, just a big building with trees and all else. Calm, in his opinion. There were a few more facilities if he cared to look back, looking like enigmatic temples, just darker. It resembled more of a funeral than a hospital. The environment was a drastic change to his home. More triangular rather than round. These buildings were beautiful, though. They were too different. His desperation and depression to go back to his world were just catching up with him, was all. Which wasn't good. Being suicidal wasn't good either, but he'd lived with that for decades, so he knew how to suppress the urge to throw himself out of any high-topped window. As much as he wanted to see his loved ones again, he couldn't. Giving up was shameful, and because he didn't want to become like his father in the sense of taking a blade for his own life, he decided conducting dangerous missions was the way to go. Plus, how would he be sure he'd land in the pure lands of his reality, and not in this one? He supposed that some of that, not being like his father, talk stuck to him. He'd go while helping people, leaving none behind. And that's how he ended up here. It was no heroism, no rightful justice, nor an achievement to become something great again. It was simply him giving his life up because he couldn't carry on anymore. He'd been old, frail, there was nothing left for him there. Thousands of people were falling into death's embrace by the second. Perhaps, he realized, this was why he felt so numb. He'd failed, committed accidental suicide, and was reborn again to live another life. Maybe this was his punishment for giving up. He deserved it, anyhow. You look much like him, a voice remarked. Kakashi turned his vacant eyes toward the voice, latching onto goggles and blonde hair once completely turned around. He was tall, probably a few inches shorter than the Yeti, and the ambiance around him was placating. It's almost terrifying, the man continued, voice deep and rich with authority. Unknown to Kakashi, the male was quite astonished by his eyes, the blue galaxial resemblance. Based on the suit and tie, the man appeared responsible. Maybe not all hope is lost. Ma, he stole my look, he replied, indifferent as always. I was here first, Gojo's friendly tone declared, and Kakashi took notice of the brief twitch of the new man's eyebrow. Interesting. Silent, he stopped himself from replying with another jab when he noted the scowling boy with dark hair following after the white-haired asshole. He had a distinct similarity to Sasuke, topped in with a signature, irritated, frown. He was looking at his new father much like Sasuke used to look at him whenever he'd given them shit D-rank missions. Something shriveled up inside him and he looked away immediately. Alright, guys, meet little shit, Gojo introduced, stepping beside Kakashi who gave him the stink eye. The blonde-haired man scowled. Please use appropriate language, there are children present. Megumi, yeah, but this thing? A demon spawn, more like. Wouldn't that make you the devil? Kakashi asked innocently, looking at him with big, round eyes. Anyway Tilda, Gojo smiled at Megumi, this is Megumi-kun. And this here is Nanaman. He's a pervert. Nanami Kento, the blonde greeted with a nod, ignoring Gojo's outright lack of respect, and you are? I just said his name was little shit. You never listened to me. Kakashi, he answered politely. It's nice to meet you. He pointedly ignored Megumi's presence. Oh, so now you want to say your name? Gojo complained. Megumi was confused. Nanami looked impressed. How old are you? He asked, darting a glance toward Gojo to make sure the snowman wasn't trying to prank him during meetings again. Kami help his blood pressure if he dared do such a thing again. He had no time for kids. Kakashi held up a hand with 4 fingers. 4, he answered. Nanami nodded. You speak very well for a toddler, he admitted, glancing at Gojo warily. He hasn't fed anything to you yet, has he? There was a scoff when Kakashi answered, no. I'm not stupid enough to get poisoned. Like I'd feed this rat. Nanami glared at him. Gojo put up his hands. I mean, nope, haven't fed the whittle baby. Kakashi immediately feigned hurt. He's been very mean to me, sir. He spoke up, ignoring the skeptical fringe of Megumi. I'd imagine, Nanami grumbled, clutching his head with slight vexation. I can't believe this, he turned to regard Gojo, disappointed. The male stood with an easy smile. Out of all things, Satoru, it was this. This was the emergency Shoko-san asked for? Do you realize the hindrance this will put on my job? Gojo's smile became pinched. Trust me, I don't want to deal with this any less than you want to. I didn't even know he existed, he informed candidly, which earned him a glower. Should have been expected, Nanami mumbled to himself, shaking his head. This child is cursed, Nanami said somewhat quietly, scrutinizing him. Rude, Kakashi said, just to fuel the drama. I didn't ask to be born. By the startled catch of Nanami's expression, Kakashi assumed he wasn't supposed to hear him. Me neither, Gojo consented with a sigh. His father had no such qualms to quiet down. You're ridiculous, Nanami told the adult, and Gojo shrugged. The clans will not let this slide. This child will be forced into their affiliations if any record of him becomes public knowledge. Peeved, Gojo tsked, who cares? They wouldn't dare. I'm the strongest, remember? This is serious, Satoru, the man hissed, pushing at his goggles. You have doomed this child. You've bluntly put a target on his back. Relax, I've got this all under control. Did he kidnap you too? Megumi asked amongst the turmoil of the older men, voice plain. He clung to Gojo's attire despite it, standing with an aggravated shuffle and an intention of reassurance. It was apparent this child didn't want to be here. Kakashi eyed him, avoiding his face. Yeah, he answered, sardonic. I'm forced to be here. Megumi lowered. Did he promise to make you a jujutsu sorcerer? He asked, determination loud in his words. The white-haired toddler took a moment to listen in on the arguing of the older men before answering him. No, Kakashi flatly said, it's because I stabbed him. Respect, Kakashi thought as the boy slowly sided with him, was easily attainable with children. Shoko goggled the residue of the corpse with trembling hands and a detached expression. Huh, she raised the disappearing, electrified mist attached to a piece of clothing, this doesn't feel like curse energy. Her murmur pierced the static. She rubbed the fabric with her gloved fingers, watching with curious fascination as it singed the rubber of her gloves with a pitiful shock, before falling slack. Following the dissolving energy was the rest of it still bound to the body, and she observed with hidden disappointment as it ceased its crinkling noise and blew, purple-like exuberance. She frowned. Where had it gone? Her tired eyes lingered vehemently on the fabric she still held before tossing it to the side in favor of more hints of any residue possibly inside what remained of her friend. When there was no twitch of the muscle or the scent of ozone, she pulled back her hands and sighed. Had she accidentally gotten rid of it? Perhaps it was her hand piercing the bubble of essence wrapped around her dead friend that caused it to leave? It was something unlike what she'd ever seen before. Her phone rang. Scowling from the interruption of her autopsy, she removed one of her gloves and used that hand to grab her phone. She saw Nanami's name, and she quickly answered it. Hello? She asked, confused. Shoko-san, his voice vibrated through the phone, and, instantly, she could tell it wasn't good. Her brows lowered with vexation and her eyes lidded with further exhaustion. What? She demanded. Is Gojo with you? He asked, strained. She glanced at her cameras to check for any activity and found none. Which one? She grumbled. Satoru. No, she replied. There was a hefty, stagnant silence before he spoke again. All right, if you see him, please call him over immediately. She checked her nails. I I'd bother asking why, but I'm busy. And anything involving the Gojos is a pain in the ass, she expressed in a grumble, rubbing her temple. There was a huff of agreement on the other end. If you must know, just in case the situation grows worse, Shoko imagined him wincing, I need Gojo to find his child. Kakashi has gone missing. She paused. Missing? She prompted with disbelief, you're not serious. Shouldn't this be bigger? It's not the first time. Nanami cut her off with vexed assurance. The child usually disappears into his room for extended periods of the day without eating, and because this child is Satoru's, his name fell with a sneer, he is quite a handful to find. I'd call him a prodigy if he wasn't so much a nuisance. Shoko felt a headache coming on. Prodigy? She asked, what? The child hides his energy to an almost absolute level. Nanami told her, and she made a note in her head to put it in later in his profile, it makes him impossible to find. And you need Gojo for his eyes, Shoko connected, finishing. Precisely, Nanami grumbled. She closed her eyes and exhaled roughly. And you don't think he escaped? Outside? Where he could get kidnapped? Her voice accentuated each syllable. She'd bother also admonishing him about Kakashi's lack of food intake, but this was Nanami. He wasn't an idiot. No, the male answered with confidence and an obvious offense that she'd think he'd be irresponsible. The child stays as long as he's fed miso ramen. She stared at the body. Miso ramen, she deadpanned. Yes. She blinked. How long has he been missing? She asked, turning to the cameras slowly. Something shifted on the buzzing screens. Assuming since I last fed him, approximately 2 hours. I scoured his room to see if he was there, but he wasn't inside. I searched around the house and even called Megumi just to ask if Kakashi managed to fit inside his backpack in an attempt to escape again. There's no sign of him anywhere. What do you mean again? She questioned in incredulity. Then her expression became blank. Ignoring another one of Nanami's confirmations through the phone, she locked eyes with brilliant blue that belonged to a tiny human in the cameras at the front door. Said human had white hair, a big, black coat with a green scarf, and gray pants that were adorned with brief, red welts of crimson. He waved at the camera, fingers bloody and all. His eyes curled in some sort of smile that made up for the cover-up of the medical mask. Hey, Nanami, Shoko started easily, I think I found him. Pardon? Nanami's startled voice broke apart. Ma, came from the audio of the cameras, I'm here to see my new mommy. This shit never fucking ends. 3 days earlier, the car ride was silent. After Nanami's and his new father's consistent argument ceased, he was told he'd be living with Megumi and his sister at some compound he never got the name of. Nanami did the explaining because as soon as the argument finished, his new father vanished instantly. He hadn't noticed the blank, tired expression of his. Kakashi wanted to delve deeper into his father's ability to body flicker, but now wasn't a very good time to think about the possible abilities he might have inherited. He had Kapi Sasuke to deal with and a new possible reliant male father figure. Frankly, Kakashi didn't know what to feel about the new company. Kapi Sasuke made him want to die inside because the boy, despite the short meeting, was so much like his old student that it hurt. The snark, glare, and attitude were all there. The only difference was the hair. It dug into his already opened wound, pulling at the meat every second he was around him. He was aware it wasn't fair on him because it was likely he was an entirely different enigma. He didn't know him, but Kakashi still had trouble differentiating reality from his memories. This still didn't seem real enough, and maybe it was a fucked up genjutsu beyond all reason. But he'd attempted to dispel it so many times already, it had to be real. The blonde-haired man, Nanaman, he remembered the Yeti calling him, was someone else entirely. He was a mixture of Minato and Fugaku, an odd combination in itself with how opposite the two men were. Appearing hostile, Kakashi saw right through him. There was an unearthed tenderness and familiar, heartbreaking sympathy so prominent in the eyes that hid behind goggles that looked not unlike Obito's. The old man stared at him like a burden and yet held such a caring fondness it was inexplicable. The expression was so profound it resembled concern, and Kakashi, feeling the magnitude of power the man hid, endured the sentiment radiated rather than booking it as he had planned. It stood apparent he cared for children if Megumi wasn't already evidence of his care, but it didn't mean he wanted any part of it. The sooner he died, the faster he'd go home. But dying wasn't exactly a pleasant experience, he would know, so it was difficult for him to balance out his suicidal tendencies and the fear of death. Though he didn't exactly fear death. He feared that he wouldn't end up where he hoped he would. Then again, sacrifices would be made to meet his comrades in the Pure Lands. One, or the other, he wondered. His answer was obvious. Either he ran away now and risked getting caught, or he'd remained trapped somewhere he had no urge to explore. A hand in his line of sight halted his stravaging thoughts. Kakashi was uncomfortable. "What are you doing?" he asked casually, masking the paranoia creeping like a feverish illness across his body. His voice thankfully came out nonchalant. Nanami pulled his hand back. "I was going to offer help with our way to the car," he admitted, voice steady. "I was told by Shoko on the phone that you show signs of generalized anxiety." Kakashi ignored the copy Sasuke staring at him intently with crossed arms and walked forward. "I don't need it," he brushed off. He locked eyes with the not-love child of Minato-sensei and Fugaku, pausing momentarily at a dawned realization of how serious the man appeared. It seems Sakura's work prevailed through dimensions. The Yamanakas were best with the mind, but it was Sakura that expanded mental health in later years. She had given him books he had studied a lot when his Icha had been confiscated for slacking around his Hokage duties, and learned much about his students' behavioral abstractions that stemmed from intellect. Like, for example, how many disorders he had. It was embarrassing, and he had lived like that. Still does, in fact, but he didn't like acknowledging it. It seemed there was no problem for the pretty lady who looked like she worked on 30 minutes of sleep to call him out on it, though. It derived one prominent thought. Shoko was more than a doctor, she was a snitch. Reluctantly, Kakashi faced him completely and bowed as impossibly politely as he could. "Thank you," he decided to say, straightening fast enough to catch the look of surprise that came over his new supposed caretaker's face. He honestly couldn't help but imagine the twisted image of an older, much more refined Minato. "But don't listen to the old woman. She stabbed me multiple times with many needles, so that makes her a very bad doctor," he deadpanned. He would have stayed quiet, and he probably should have. He didn't have many things to say to his new caretaker. As funny as it was to watch the battle of disturbing emotions ranging from concern and surprise on Nanami's face, it took a toll on his social services. If he didn't talk, however, he would probably drown in his self-harming thoughts, so it was best he focused on trivial matters such as how long it took to manifest insanity into this man. Unbeknownst to Kakashi, Nanami was already succumbing to it. The scowl from before was back in place. "Please refrain from insulting my coworkers," he told him. Although Nanami had his fair share of insults he liked to say right about now. "You work here?" Kakashi hummed, shifting his eyes to Megumi briefly. "Does he?" He pointed. "I work here, Megumi-kun does not." The dispassionate stare on Gojo's child made it seem like he was being mocked. "He will be joining this school once he's old enough," Nanami explained anyway. Kakashi scratched at his cheek. "School?" he prompted. He wasn't aware this was a school. He thought it was a mental institution. An irritated sigh released from the blonde's mouth. "Your father explained nothing," he said more as a statement than a question. Megumi copied the scowl at the mention of the Yeti. Kakashi shrugged. "I stabbed him," he said, and he cried. "So, no, not really." They stared at him in a sudden silence. Megumi's face hadn't changed from the reveal, but Nanami's had, and Kakashi latched onto it. "What?" he asked the adult, blinking innocently at him. "You stabbed him?" The male in sight questioned incredulously. Kakashi shrugged again. "He called me a fetus, so I had to do it," he said. "Oh, and he kidnapped me," he held a finger up. "Plus he's ugly." The chirp in his voice would have been cute if the context wasn't so dreadful. "That's not possible," Nanami spoke, hardly able to mask how impressed he seemed to be despite the denial he worded publicly. Kakashi heard a honk from far away, but he decided to brush it off as his mental instability going haywire again. "What? The stabbing part or him being ugly?" Kakashi rubbed his irritated left eye. "I hope it's the stabbing part." "Stabbing," Megumi quipped. "Ah," Kakashi lowered his hand to rub at his digits. "Oh, forgot fingers were skinned." "Why?" he asked with a sniff. "I did it. I have evidence." He took out the bloody scalpel Shoko thought she confiscated from him. "See?" The way he held it up, like it was something to be proud of, was very creepy to the blonde male. A smart, infinity-piercing child of Satoru? It was nightmarish. This child was only 4, and already had the strength to defy the Six Eyes' logic? Nanami wasn't certain whether to feel wary or burdened, because he didn't know what the hell this kid had. Megumi, now with concrete evidence, wasn't doing any effort to hide the awe on his face. "You did it," the little boy murmured. If Kakashi wasn't so used to Sasuke's Tsunere asshole methods, he'd have missed Megumi's gratefulness. "I'm a big boy now," Kakashi said sarcastically, but he didn't look to see if his innocent comment caused any reaction. No, looking at the kid was still very much a bad idea. "You stabbed him," finality toned Nanami's statement. "Ma, do I get a reward?" Kakashi looked very bored. The blonde opened his mouth likely for another question but stopped mid-probe and closed it into a grim line. "I'm afraid this will need to be discussed later," he informed and began to walk. "It's far too late in my schedule for me to ask questions that will likely induce more unneeded headaches." "Very wise of you," Kakashi quipped blandly, following after him. And so here Kakashi was, strapped to something called a baby seat. Fuck you. He was a big boy, in a car with another new human that was silent as all hell. The man was named Kiyotaka Ijichi and he drove this ugly fucking monstrosity. He hated this thing people in this disgusting world called a car. Car? More like cardiac arrest. Seriously, this was a demon in disguise. Who the hell used cars to travel? This was the embodiment of nightmares, with its loud sounds and its insufferable smell of smoke. It hurt his ears, his nose, and overall everything else because he was trapped. It was so small and he hated it. And being strapped, his precious scalpel taken away, to this embarrassment of a chair made matters worse. He fussed like an actual child, unbuckling himself multiple times before he was inevitably wrapped around with some sort of energy. He could no longer move. It was much like this before he went into the ride, too. Kakashi had initially frozen when he saw the rumbling device, tensing at the loud sounds it produced that appeared hushed to everyone else. "What is that?" he deadpanned, turning toward the adult who stopped to hear him. "This is a car, Kakashi-kun," Nanami replied. Kakashi was uneasy. "A car?" he prompted incredulously, dropping his initial careless facade. "Is it dangerous?" Again, though, it was hard to hide the interest. This better kill him if it was this ugly and scary. Nanami continued walking. "No. Its only danger is the state of the driver." Kakashi narrowed his eyes. "We can control this. Animal?" Being devoured by an animal was unoriginal. "Boring. It's a machine," Megumi said, confused. Kakashi blanked. "Oh god, a machine. No." He curled his eyes in a smile. "No?" Nanami was confused. "No, I'm not going in." "Have you ever seen a car?" Nanami asked, scowling. "No. I lived in the woods like a squirrel," he said truthfully, though his tone bordered on sarcasm. From what his toddler memories provided, Kakashi had hardly ever left the cabin his mother had hidden them in. He exclusively did so when his mother hadn't returned one evening, and well, that was perhaps when he made the mistake of getting lost and causing his mother's early demise. Nanami's scowl didn't waver, and Megumi looked curious. "I was told you were well taken care of," he grumbled, though it sounded like a threat. "My mother took excellent care of me," Kakashi said, flicking a ball of lint off his clothes. "She kept me very safe in our house. She kept violent traffickers and power whores away. My father, on the other hand, tried to strangle me when we first met." By well taken care of, he meant survived. Nanami looked appalled by his use of vocabulary. "What's a whore?" Megumi asked, eyes narrowed. The man became impossibly worse. Kakashi considered him, staring at his hair to avoid having a panic attack. "Ma, a whore? Oh, Kakashi was going to have a fucking festival with this. Ask the dandruff guy." Megumi frowned. For a moment the child pondered, eyes roving over his face for further explanation. It took him a few seconds until recognition sparkled in his eyes. "Gojo-sensei?" He stirred. Kakashi tried not to remember Sasuke. "Yes," he said, closing his eyes in a fake smile. "He's the definition of that particular bad word that you should never use unless you're around him. In fact, you should call him that instead of Gojo-sensei. It's a sign of respect. Do not listen." "But you said it was a bad word?" Megumi mumbled, conflicted. Kakashi rubbed his nose with the back of his hand. "For other people. Dandruff man, on the other hand, will love it a lot," he spoke convincingly. He turned to Nanami. "I am a baby," he said, trying to convince the older man of his perfectly normal baby act. He thought it was going to work. Spoiler alert, it wouldn't. Nanami was glaring at him. He turned to the car again, seeing a gawking Aijichi. I don't get paid enough for this, he sighed. There were constant glances shot in his direction by the nervous, skinny man with glasses named Aijichi. Kakashi met his gaze every time, dead and unnerving. The man almost always looked away, but Kakashi kept his stare just to scare him. It was funny and the second thing keeping him from going feral. When the car ride ended, said driver escorted them. Kakashi totally didn't tremble when he got out of the car, vowing to never be inside such a constrained space again, and finally spoke. Gojo-kun? He looked at him. He appeared serious, but Kakashi was able to discern his uneasiness. Kakashi blinked. Never call me that again, he ordered, and the man untangled. Kakashi is better. Add Sama to it, too. Only close friends could call him names. These people? As far as Kakashi knew, they were unnecessary deviants. Don't bother, Nanami told the other adult in the vicinity, and Kakashi shot a dirty look at him. How dare he destroy his masterful plan? Of course. Kakashi-kun, he winced. Welcome to the private home of the Gojo estate. It belongs solely to the head of the clan, and only I and a few others know where it is. I see. Kakashi looked about the immense area, scrutinizing it. He turned to awaiting Nanami and Megumi. He pointed at them. I know Megumi is going to live with me. But will my new dad live with us too? He asked sweetly. He made sure to flutter his eyelashes and make his eyes big and wide. Aijichi was rightfully confused. New dad? He mumbled, looking at Nanami for answers. No such luck, since the other male seemed equally as perplexed. Kakashi sighed. Idiots, the lot of them. He pointed at Nanami, the banana. Nanami gave way to a subtle irritation mixed with surprise, and Megumi was neutral as usual. The driver shook his head. Nanami lives somewhere else. He will not. Ew, Kakashi scrunched up his nose. Then I'm not living here. I like him, Kakashi said. He seems like a responsible adult. The driver turned to Nanami, shocked. Does this child, forgive my bluntness, but he speaks far too well for a 4-year-old. Nanami regarded him with a surly expression. Shoko-san is aware. A full medical examination including a brain scan will be done on him a week from today. For now, we'll assume he's simply above average. It's creepy, Aijichi mumbled. Briefly, his mind went to Shoko, wondering how she was doing. Kakashi caught what he said and raised an eyebrow. Creepy? That hostile tone snapped him out of his cloud 9 days. Nothing. Gojo, Kakashi-kun, he fiddled awkwardly. Your father's rule was for you to stay here. Too bad. Nanami crossed his arms. So it seemed this kid had his genes thorough. Typical Gojo behavior. I know my father's going to be absent. Kakashi appeared unconcerned about the fact, and I'd rather stay with an adult who won't get me killed. Megumi can come too. He added more as a benefit. Megumi wasn't exactly worshipping yet, but he'd get there eventually if Kakashi included him in his mischief. Or when Kakashi stopped being a little bitch and looked at him. The two men stared at each other quizzically. One was struggling not to stress about Gojo's reaction, and the other was questioning whether he should take these children before they died in Gojo's care. The kids, however, were just about over it. Megumi was already going on year 4 with his forced guardian, and not once had he been of use, except during training. Kakashi just met the man and he already wanted to kill himself. The kids were the ones suffering, not them. If they made him stay here, Kakashi will escape. He was not remaining here to suffer, and if he had to take Megumi with him, so be it. He turned to Nanami then, breaking their inner brooding. He stretched his hands out, closing and opening his fists in a grabby manner. Upsies, he babbled. Manipulation was the best way he'd be able to get out of here scot-free. Nanami was baffled, then sobered. He scowled. No, he said. Kakashi's face blanked. Wasn't this guy easily exploited? Gojo had all these people whipped to hell. Surely using his baby powers would work. I'll steal those pastries from your briefcase if you don't carry me this instant, he threatened in a bored manner, still mimicking a carrying demand. The man was unconvinced, also impressed. The child had a keen sense of smell, too. And I'll cry, he said, looking all cute and tiny. He barely reached Nanami's knees, and that was with his gravity-defying hair. Reluctantly, the male grabbed hold and carried him. Kakashi grinned smugly and turned to the driver. Big Dada, mirth circled his eyes. But, I could sense conniving mischief from far away, Gojo's impulsive voice announced, appearing before them with big smiles. Oh, he frowned a bit when he noticed Kakashi, it's just from you. Shut up pedophile, Kakashi said automatically. Megumi looked confused again but the driver looked mortified. And though Kakashi couldn't see his face because he was busy having a death stare with his father, based on the tightening of Nanami's fingers, he guessed he was just as shocked. Little shit, he greeted splendidly. He lowered his bandages to stare at Nanami. I thought he would have died with the car sound. What? Kakashi flung a rock at him. From where or from what? Nobody saw. They all thought he was hiding it in his sleeve. Which Gojo didn't bother dodging, because somehow it bounced off. Kakashi hummed. Interesting. Done abandoning me? He asked, tucking his head onto Nanami's shoulder. He forgot how nice it was being carried. It almost reminded him of Tsukumo. Almost. Gojo scoffed. Hardly. Satoru. The male turned to his old friend. Behind him, Aijichi was questioning why Gojo was casual around a genius toddler. Why was nobody losing their damn mind over this? A toddler that speaks like a damn adult, who stabbed Gojo. Shoko, the lovely woman that she was, sent everyone who was close friends the news. It sounded like Armageddon. When will he be able to get his papers? Nanami asked the man, scowling and completely ignoring Aijichi's mental breakdown. That man had one every damn week. Soon, Gojo replied and turned to Aijichi. Hey, go sort those papers for me later, yeah? In about a day or two from now? Thanks. He too ignored the hyperventilating. When Gojo assigned him another unnecessary task, Aijichi snapped. Are you all mad? He barked, and everyone finally acknowledged him. Kakashi especially. God, his eyes were creepy. That child is not normal. He exclaimed, pointing at Kakashi. Neither are they, Kakashi replied in their waking silence. They snapped their heads at him. He suddenly looked suspiciously guiltless. I mean, baby noises. Did you just say baby noises? Megumi questioned, and the child looked put off? So this one wasn't normal either. Smart. He should have expected this from a Sasuke look-alike. He swore they were multiplying. You know, he has a point, Gojo piped in, relaxed. I'm surprised you didn't freak out, Nanaman. I'm past my schedule of caring, and I am beyond irritated, Satoru, the blonde snarked. Fair. Gojo looked at his son, eyes just as piercing and invading. Kakashi felt nothing. If his father wanted to intimidate him, he'd have to do better. So, little shit, care to explain? Kakashi dutifully stayed quiet. In fact, to annoy him further, he turned his head away and hid in Nanami. He also had the audacity to pretend to yawn. The strongest shaman pouted. Nanami was already walking away. Hey, Gojo shouted, I wasn't finished scaring him. Do not waste any more of my time. Ask tomorrow, you imbecile. The child is exhausted. Nanami growled. Seriously, he didn't get paid enough for any of this shit. That's what he wants you to think. Megumi yawned too. I meant Megumi-kun. Nanami glared over his shoulder. Oh, right, so can I bother my sperm? Your phrasing is appallingly crass. Absolutely not. Shoko-san made it very clear not to leave you two alone. She's just mad we broke a toothpick. Several jars and bottles, Kakashi voiced. Is no one sane? Aijichi whispered. No, nobody was. And the insanity only continued during the days Kakashi spent inside the mansion like home. He'd arrived and his impressions gradually grew to indifference throughout the passing days. It was a desolate mansion without servants he'd anticipated seeing, and his sole company besides his trauma was Megumi. The boy, if not at an academy, was on the opposite side of the mansion, presumably training. Kakashi hadn't concerned himself with checking it out. He'd been too busy escaping anyway, which never worked in his favor. Somehow, Nanami was always there to fetch him back. He was usually present in the afternoons and nothing more, so Kakashi had no idea how he managed to catch him in his most discreet of times. He presumed the weird energy surrounding the estate was the alarm. It would have aggravated him if Nanami didn't have the decency to leave food out. He was locked inside, but the food was pesteringly delicious. Gojo tried talking to him a few times but that was when he was chastised for not using the door to escape. He was rarely around for long, though. Kakashi didn't particularly care. The moments he'd seen Nanami out and about he'd bothered him instead for some company, but it was always awkward because, in spite of the things he said, the man looked at him the same damn way. Sad. He got under his skin a lot, and Kakashi was living it up in those moments. The blonde was an easy outlet for his developing dissociation, and it was sickeningly easy to annoy him. Nanami was infinitely more entertaining. That was probably just his bias, though. Kakashi had only ever talked to him, too afraid of Megumi's memory recounts, and too unwilling to chat with his father, who looked more and more tired as the days blurred by. It was just him and Nanami, usually. The conceding fact was depressing. Kakashi was more or less amused, though, because Nanami was a funny man. Annoying someone was a very nice distraction. At the end of the day, however, it was always Nanami there to tuck him in regardless of any protests. Not that he voiced any. The treatment was unnaturally nice, and he was starting to feel bad when he'd seen the man holding his head, stressed and muttering to himself. One evening he reputedly decided on another escape. He went back into his room after that. Nevertheless, Kakashi wasn't too keen on giving a shit. It reminded him a lot of Tsukumo, in a way. He'd been a brat as a toddler in his true life, but his father had never lost his patience. He still took care of him. Until he hadn't. It was a little weird to compare Minato-sensei's and Fugaku's love child to his original father, but the similarities were starting to become a little too prominent. Forget the soft, weird similarities between his new father and his old one. Playful, and annoying, and something else. Again, though, it all came down to how grounded to reality Kakashi was, or, more bluntly stated, how much he cared. Kakashi did not like it in here. No amount of good treatment would ever make him enjoy this life, he professed. Nothing was the same. Everything was foreign, down from the beautiful marble floors to the adjacent bathrooms and pretty modern rooming. It was spacious, stank of money, and most importantly, it was ugly. Well, no, it wasn't, but Kakashi liked to gaslight himself to avoid forming any attachments. This home was probably the best he had ever slept in if he didn't count the constant nightmares plaguing both his real world and dreams. If he hadn't received the memories of his one, true, life, he'd honestly like it in here. He could have played or broken things as a normal child would have. But he wasn't a normal kid. Far from the concept of ordinary, even. He swore at times he heard things tap at his window, or creep on the floors. Minuscule screeches were chiming like something was being seared away the moment he woke, and he was haunted by the shadows crawling in the corner of the room his father had said was made especially for him. The gelid temperatures were uncomfortable, and the horrific sights only added to it, but it wasn't something he was necessarily shaken about. He wasn't afraid of the bipedal figures reaching out to him at night, but his shinobi side was invariably triggered with every instance, and he was tired. Sleep was fitful enough, and Kakashi didn't need little things twitching his ears or scenting his nose with burnt human meat. It stank of the charred remains from decades of dangerous work, down from the innocents he'd seen killed in battle, to his family he'd seen die the very same way. All the occasions caused flashbacks he'd prefer to tear away from his heart than relive. It was just like his old life, full of contempt, hopelessness, and trauma. Sitting alone in an attempt to quiet his thoughts only made them louder. It was damn vexing. It had to be a punishment, he told himself. Punishment for giving up as soon as the haywire back in his old realm hit the bucket. He was constantly contradicting himself. His heart reminded him of his failures, but his mind rationalized that it just wasn't his fucking fault. Parts of him were at war with one another, and he longed for some connection, for someone he once knew to come to him, remind him he wasn't going insane, that everything he was feeling and seeing was fine, normal, and real. Move on, he kept telling himself. Move on, move on, move on. But how could he? Sitting alone inside his room was a well-paved road into his plummeting sanity. He longed to see his loved ones again, but how could he? He was alive in another world, alive but dead. The constant jabs at Nanami had worked for a good amount of time until they didn't. He couldn't put off his overanalyzing thoughts any longer. He interacted as he usually did, but in between the pauses, he would slip away into the void he thought waited for him. And though he couldn't see, Nanami recognized the signs and pretended that his comment annoyed him to altercate a reaction potent enough to pull him away from his dark thoughts. There was so much he could do. But in truth, he was tired, dead tired. The bandages that wept from his hands felt like a chilling sting when he closed them tight. He imagined those were the hands of his students, smiling, welcoming, and free. They weren't here. I know, he would remind himself. He wasn't delusional just yet. On the brink of it, but not yet. Not yet, not truly. Living on was always a forced choice. It was a curse to live. He wondered if this was part of how Obito felt. He had been under the influence of Madara, and as far as the Uchiha knew, everyone in his memories was dead. Dead to him. Kakashi hadn't understood at the time. Maybe he did, because everyone he grew to love had died, but he still had others. He still had his students and the Jonin friends he had reluctantly come to accept, even if it came after years of destroying himself. The darkness had got to him, but they had pulled them out. Obito instead festered in it like a promise and thus died after relinquishing that same promise, and Kakashi hadn't come to terms with it until several years after Obito had finally parted. Was this what it felt like? That coiling hopelessness squeezing his heart apart? Of knowing that nothing was the same now that everyone he loved was gone? Maybe it did feel like that. Maybe Obito had it worse. Maybe Kakashi had. Kakashi-kun. Kakashi snapped his head toward the open door and found Nanami dressed the same as yesterday. I've been told by Megumi-kun you've tried to escape twice today, he said, crossing his arms with a petulant glare. His briefcase was still in hand, and the tiredness he saw reflected in his eyes indicated that he had just gotten off of whatever work he had left this morning. His fixation on today's events shattered his brink of absurdity. He lied, he said while hopping off of the bed. The white hair that covered his left eye moved, revealing the disappearing red. Red like Obito's last gift. Nanami hadn't seen the vermilion on his face but on his bandages instead. You've reopened your wounds, he pointed out with a narrow of his eyes. Kakashi flexed his fingers without looking. Ah, he acknowledged dully. Nanami's scowl deepened. Did you hurt yourself trying to escape again? He questioned severely, bending over to tug Kakashi closer by his arm. The child let him. He said nothing. Honestly, Nanami grumbled, turning over his hands before letting go. I'm just about at my wit's end with you. Did you not heed my warnings about your curse magnetism? Kakashi sniffed casually. No, he had, but he hadn't encountered them. Per se. If it was the shadows trying to enter his room, then it wasn't them who hurt him. His fingers were bleeding because some black barrier around his room burned them when he tried to pierce it. If he didn't know any better, he guessed Nanami put it there at his inconvenience. Nanami rubbed his temple, irritated. Forget it, he snapped, and grabbed his arm gently. I've prepared a bath for you. We're leaving in an hour. Kakashi looked not at all interested. To where? He ignored him and pushed him through the doors once they reached the bathroom closest to the boys' room. Take a bath and dress. I will wait for you in the living room. Do not remove those bandages. I will change them once you're finished. The door slammed shut. Kakashi stood there for a few moments, collecting his thoughts. 1. That Nanami hadn't stayed to make sure he wouldn't escape. 2. He was back early. 3. He diverted his curiosity toward the magnificent black marble bathroom. 2 toys were floating prettily on the bubbled water. A pug and a duck. Well, now. Kakashi had already planned to be late, but now he had a treasure to entertain him with. It was about 45 minutes since he'd started bathing when he felt the energy around him change. He thought it was Nanami coming up to make sure he hadn't tried to escape a 10th time, but he was relatively surprised to see an ugly skinny creature instead. Gojo was in front of him. Hey, little shit, he started, grinning, guess what Tilda? Kakashi threw the ducky. It bounced right off. Good try, but wrong. Try again. Kakashi raised his middle finger. Gojo's smile became strained. Rude. And wrong again, Satan Spawn. We're going to illegally make your papers. Kakashi was going to stab him again. Sure, he drawled, not giving a damn. Where's the banana? He asked, splashing the water around and making a big mess. Might as well make it more of an inconvenience for him. For a second, the Yeti didn't seem to know what he was talking about. When Kakashi squeaked the pug, Gojo's smile was back in place. Oh, you mean Nanaman? He went to go get milk. So now, I'm in charge. Kakashi, butt naked, was already climbing off the big triangular tub of water. No, he would not deal with this right now. He couldn't believe Nanami had left him to die. Gojo threw a towel at him. Don't be late, little shit. We're leaving in 30 seconds. Kakashi yanked it off himself to narrow his eyes at the adult. Do not rush me. I will pee on you. He wrapped the towel around himself before saying, freak. You're watching me change. Gojo flipped him off, a fucking toddler, before promptly disappearing from the room. Kakashi was so going to snitch on him. He purposely took an extra 30 minutes to get ready until he was finally standing in front of a lingering Gojo. To his dismay, the man was relaxed, swiping his thumb on the rectangular device Shoko also had. Kakashi tugged at his pant legs. He tore a hole in them, and the older being paused, mouth parted in slight confusion. In a flash, though, it became a smile. "Hey, you took your time, little shit. Were you taking a big shit?" He snickered at his joke. Kakashi decided he wouldn't care about his hidden feelings. "I pissed on your bed," Kakashi droned. He also took some new bandages that were likely Gojo's eyewear and cleaned up his hands, which Kakashi hoped would piss him off. "Liar," Gojo said with a plastic grin. "You don't know where my room is." Kakashi had pissed on his bed, and made sure to seek out the room that reeked of his old man the most. "Sure," the boy hummed. He couldn't wait until he found out. Gojo clicked his tongue. "Are you done wasting time?" he asked him, shoving his phone into his pocket. "Not at all," Kakashi replied sarcastically. "Great." Gojo grabbed his arm, and Kakashi almost bit him. "Nope," Gojo stopped him before he could, seizing him by the back collar of his shirt. "You're like a diseased puppy. No biting, little shit. Let's go." Kakashi felt the familiar shift and suddenly found himself dropped on tiled, clean flooring. Of course, unnoticed by Kakashi, Gojo's peak was enunciated when the boy landed perfectly on his 2 feet. "This is it?" Kakashi asked, dusting himself off while taking a look around. It was freshly painted, but the hallway was dark enough to make it ominously dirty. And part of the wall was missing. "Looks like you're selling me," he mumbled, thinking that perhaps there was some sort of renovation going on. He missed the face Gojo made. "I wish." Gojo played off and strolled forward with a quick snatch of his arm. "Follow, sweet sperm of mine. You need your picture taken and a thumbprint." It was one thing for Nanami to hold Kakashi, but it was a whole other problem if Gojo was doing it. He was not allowed near him, and Kakashi was extremely tempted to cut his skin. No, he was going to do it. Kakashi fiddled his little hand inside the pocket of his sweatpants for the kitchen knife he'd stolen days prior and hid under his bed for possible emergencies. "Stop trying to assassinate me," Gojo huffed, confiscating the knife and throwing it over his shoulder like this was a daily occurrence. "I have eyes everywhere. And yet you still got stabbed, old man," Kakashi jabbed. It wasn't like he was going to stab him. It would have been a little prick, is all. A simple warning. "Lucky shot," Gojo admitted, raising him to eye level like a rag doll. "I'm not at all surprised, actually. You're my kid, after all." He looked slightly disturbed but weirdly impressed. Kakashi buzzed. "Had time to think about my incredible existence?" He drawled. "You don't strike me as the thinking type." Exhaustion became frighteningly prominent on the shaman's features. "Be lucky I don't execute you, kid," Gojo mused aloud. "You have unstable curse energy and you're far too observant to be a normal kid. If I didn't know any better, I'd think you were a curse," he conveyed calmly, but Kakashi caught the threatening edge in his tone. He did not catch his father's lie, and how he was merely testing something to avoid worrying completely. "Oh?" Kakashi prompted in a bored fashion. "Sounds like somebody's mad," Kakashi dulled. Gojo hummed. "Hardly, little shit," a grin formed on his lips. "Don't change the subject. Either you've been controlled, or you're some sort of anomaly. Regardless, you're a major danger and liability not only to the jujutsu world but to me. You're not supposed to exist. At all." Something snapped inside Kakashi, a sudden, unadulterated, and hideous qualm. "And whose fault is it that I exist?" He spat back. The room abruptly dropped in temperature. Gojo snorted. "Don't change the subject." "Sure." Kakashi held himself deathly composed. "I wasn't changing the subject, though. You think I'm a problem, cool, great. But who made this problem?" Kakashi raised an eyebrow, simmering his exasperation. "Who is at fault for my existence?" The room was silent for a few minutes after that. The two Gojos stared at each other, equally nonplussed to let the other win, and similarly having millions of thoughts course through their brain. For a moment, Kakashi thought his new father would reply with a shitty attempt at a joke. To say he was pleasantly surprised with his serious response would be a lie. "I'd say it was my fault," Gojo mumbled, looking a little put off by Kakashi's accusing glare that immediately intensified, "but it was your mother's choice in the end. I couldn't control what she wanted to do with you. Heck, I didn't even know she got knocked up. She never told me. Guilt, impossibly, slithered disgustingly through his words. Kakashi's glare dropped. Numbness pulsed within him again and the voices in his head mocked his anger. He supposed that was true. They both held equal blame for his existence, so why was he so angry about it? Kakashi had gotten himself killed, and life's order conveniently placed him in this world. It was just the cycle of life. It was the natural order. Seeing the hollow look come about his son's face, Gojo tsked. Did you want me to have your mom executed? He asked carefully, measuring his reaction. Was that it? And her life and yours? Life, that, believe it or not, is just as valuable as mine. Kakashi didn't answer. No, right? Gojo lowered him to the floor, much gentler than he likely intended it to be. You can blame me all you want, but everything ultimately came to your mom. And correct me if I'm wrong. Which I'm not, but didn't she sacrifice herself for you? Kakashi didn't flinch or fidget. He remained quiet instead, thinking. Don't you think trying to kill the strongest sorcerer would ultimately ruin all the effort your mom put into saving you? Are you going to soil her memory trying to get yourself killed? You sound like you want to die. Did he dare your concern? He couldn't believe he had an idiot for a father. Obviously, Kakashi declared blandly. Gojo drew back. You're suicidal? You're blind for someone who's all-seeing. Damn, you're screwed in the head. You're 3, 4, pedophile. And stop calling me that, Gojo reprimanded. I'm trying to help you. The dry look issued at Gojo felt almost discriminating. By keeping me confined with hardly any human contact? Hooray. Father of the Year, the silver pup waved his hands in mock jazz. Gojo's care was hardly needed. Kakashi had worse things trying to push him over the edge. Sure, Gojo's shit-eating grin was back, giving you space to think and all that. You lost your mom, wouldn't that be the right call? I had given you space to mourn, was left unsaid. I was kidding about executing you, by the way. I wanted to see if you had balls on you. Wow. Kakashi stared. You'd know better than to leave a grieving child by themselves, he pointed out, even though he was not at all grief-stricken by his mother's death. There was guilt, yes, but not sadness. His sadness stemmed from the students he'd failed. His family waiting for him on the other side. I also don't care. So giving you a house, saving you from a near-death experience, and hiding you from greedy old gasbags doesn't count for something? You're wounding me, here. Sarcasm to hide. What, that Kakashi was right. Maybe. I never wanted that. Kakashi tugged at his arm. The adult kept a firm grip. You need it, though, Gojo hummed, patting his head. I'm so merciful, you know. Stabbing me would have gotten you executed. But I'm not letting anyone do that. You're very brave for a baby. And I don't care. The Yeti continued without any regard for what he said. I'm so nice. You're such a bad son. Trying to get rid of me, and all. Hypocrite, Kakashi accused. There he goes, changing the subject. Gojo ignored that. I took you in when I could have sent you to the orphanage. You didn't have much of a choice, Kakashi quipped pleasantly. It's my job, Gojo jibed, like it or not, you're my kid, and I'm your pops. And believe it or not, I like being your dad. You're a terrible father, Kakashi continued insulting. You're making this incredibly difficult, Gojo pouted. You just threatened to kill me. It was a joke. You deserve this. You stabbed me, first. You called me a fetus. You're still on that? Don't be mad because it's true. Your mom. Oh, like yours? See? You're mean to me. Gojo opened his mouth, and stilled. In that instant, several howls that sounded distinctly like human screams echoed into their room from the inside, seizing his heart with something dark. Kakashi placed himself on guard immediately. His senses caught something frigid amongst themselves, and Kakashi would have felt insulted that his new father had pushed him behind his lanky legs if the sensation wasn't so reminiscent of killing intent. The ground rumbled. This is exactly what happens when they don't attend to us fast enough, Gojo whined. Even though Kakashi was sure it was their fault for running late, they have horrible customer service. 0 stars. Kakashi couldn't help but agree, more so on the lack of etiquette. Clearly, he said, eyeing a bubbling, black shadow slowly growing by the second on one of the far, broken corners of the building. Is this what everyone called curses? This sensation? That weird-looking shadow? Gojo scooped him up before he could get a good look at it. I'm leaving you outside, his father announced flippantly, completely calm in the killing intent aura. Don't die. And before Kakashi could remind him that he was a curse magnet, He was unceremoniously hung by his shirt outside by a lamppost and left to suffer. Wow, he pushed his legs up and flipped to stand on top of the metal pole. Wait, I'm free, something growled to his right. Dull eyes turned and saw screaming children running away from a blob of human flesh big enough to rival the hideous car machine he went on once, locking in on a single child trapped amongst the pile of waste, screaming. Several playground builds were destroyed, and the bodies of several parents lay in ruin. Kakashi was very, very tired. Ma, looks like Pakun's shit. Where's that boy? Nanami stressed, coming down the stairs hurriedly and with a seething edge. We're late. What the male didn't notice, however, was the very blatant drawing unrestricted for all to see on the fridge with a note written on the underside. If only he had checked an hour and a half prior. Kakashi stared down at the ghastly creature, decidedly thinking while he watched the petrified adults hurry to grab their children and run. His father wasn't going to come for him here, seeing that he was dealing with his own shit back at that child trafficking place. He swore that's what it was. This was all him, and if he didn't act quickly, the boy, the only one unfortunate enough to get caught in the crossfire out of all the kids, would die. Help, the boy cried, waving his limbs around with desperate wails. Tears streamed down his face, integrating with the blood stemming from the right side enveloped with cursed skin. Said side was likely being eaten by the way it sunk and hid behind the pounds of flesh, and Kakashi was eerily resonant of someone. A face oh so similar it hurt. Memories of that pale, sunken face came rushing back to him, decades and decades long ago. When he'd been 11, selfish and stupid. You're tricking me, he said out loud to no one in particular. He was so fucking tired. His head was starting to hurt from the sheer volume of the boy's painful hollers for help. He could even hear the crunch of bones, a sound so reminiscent of his past. Unintentionally, he dropped to the floor, preparing himself for battle. He wasn't aware of it, but his body started trembling. It's not him, he mumbled, clenching his hand and drawing blood. This isn't before. And he was telling himself this because it was ridiculous. Seriously, he was fine. This wasn't real, not literally, right? Right. He wasn't freaking out over nothing. He was fine. It's not Canopy Bridge. He didn't feel anything, couldn't, shouldn't. The boy was going to die. With no right side, how would he continue on? He'd suffer through life. He was done for. An ebony eye locked with his indifferent galaxy blue. I'm about to die. Kakashi's heart stung, and he hated it. This wasn't his real world. This wasn't him. But I'll become your eye and see the future with you. His eyes flashed. He isn't Obito. Kakashi turned around, faced the monster, and leapt. This is Obito. Kicking back against the pole, Kakashi used that momentum to aim his leg at the horrid mush of brown and pierced the eye. The creature gave a pained shrill on impact, and the hand, so terrifyingly lifelike, let the victim go. The child came off with a squelching pop, face half bloodied but intact. And the child gasped, alive, so, very, alive, stumbled forward and away. In an immediate reaction to his ingrained memories of his past life, Kakashi jumped back far enough and raised his hand. He didn't care. He wouldn't care. But this was Obito, this had to be, it was him. It had always been him. Chidori, he exclaimed, bouncing against one of the broken red metals of childhood and launching himself toward the monster. An electrifying blue light, purple, almost, sparked to life on his palm and perforated into the lifelike stitched flesh. Steam seared his nose in a rotting stench of meat. Kakashi coughed, suddenly bone-tired but ignited with adrenaline, and turned to see his work with a trip. The thing was shrinking. Steaming, he saw, screaming, he heard. A pressure built behind his eye, like a vortex sucking everything in. And when it disappeared completely from sight, the boy with gelled black hair, a bloody face, and a red neckerchief stared back at him. Odd, benumbed, and nostalgic all in one. His vision was warped, however, so he did not see the boy. He saw Obito, instead. The sight of Obito, it's him, it was him, he was here, caused him to heave. "Aw shit," was his first thought. Sakura was right. Triggers suck. Unparalleled fear nabbed him then, and Kakashi was disoriented. Blood oozed from his nose, his palms, his left eye. Someone help them. Kakashi whipped his head, one eye closed. People were closing in, and energies were shifting. He didn't need to be here. So he left with a casual turn around, unable to see the lingering dead of the boy who looked so much like his old friend. The kid's suicidal. The air in the already stifling room became impossibly tense with both shock and frustration after Gojo uttered those morbid words with his not-so-cheeky expression. The two occupants in the room within the strongest sorcerer's company, trusted Shoko and burdened Nanami, were sharpened with abrupt silence. The eyes of the former businessman appeared sickened, clearly surprised with an edge of something perspicacious. The doctor bordered on the more frustrating side, expectant of the revelation. It didn't sit quite right with Gojo, but he said nothing, aware that he, as a parent, should have known. Makes sense. Shoko was the first to cut the silence, tipping her head back for a drink, drawing attention. He came here in a near-fatal state. She swirled the glass around, and he didn't even give a shit when I asked, just said he was left outside and did his job like a good little kid. Her nonchalance might have been mistaken for just that by anyone else, but the individuals present with her could detect the borderline irritation and unease. Gojo's bandages moved with the raise of both his eyebrows. Wow, he stated with what sounded like disappointment. The others mistook it as a disregard for the child's safety, but that wasn't the case with Gojo Satoru. He was disturbed, instead. Disturbed that a child wanted death, disturbed that it had been obvious and he hadn't seen it, that though he accepted that the child would have to deal with his reluctant absences, it wasn't something he necessarily expected. He'd felt like someone curled his blood into a gelid shock when he'd found out. He had played it off, unable to truly convey just how deeply it had affected him, pushing the lingering concern into the packed hole of sentiments he had warded away since Geto left. When someone who was his son, looked like him, was quite a maverick as he tended to be, and grew to radiate dead arrogance of obvious power. It was hard not to see himself and stay. He hadn't wanted Kakashi at first for the very same reason. Gojo wasn't a good father. He wanted to teach Kakashi the only way he knew how, and he wanted to be there for him as much as he had been with Megumi and Sumiki, maybe more because he hadn't been there much either. He had too many responsibilities. And with them came the conception that with him not there, Kakashi became a target. But to know that Kakashi was his own enemy? It made things harder. Perhaps he was thinking too much into it. Perhaps the kid was joking. His eyes didn't lie, though, and it was evident that his child was not so inclined to live. He had wanted to train his son when he'd taken him to get his picture taken because that was what worked best for Megumi. His son was smart and powerful, and Gojo wasn't blind to see it. They were like twins, right? Except, it had become bad when he came back and realized that Kakashi was not, in fact, Megumi, added onto the fact that he was also, very much, not 11 or even 7. Gojo didn't know how to take care of kids. He knew that they deserved a chance to be kids, but he never understood how to give it to them. Hell, Gojo was a little alarmed that the kid hadn't hit the bucket when he'd come to collect him. The scene he'd come back to was alarming, and the lack of a spiritual barrier was probably going to earn him a vexing scolding from the higher-ups if they found out. But Gojo didn't rather care much for that. Right now, his main concern was Kakashi. Gojo was further pushed to make a change before things got into a stupid kind of fucked up. A tragic kind. It was like a parasite on his side that he didn't want to get rid of, now, with that divulgence. A parasite that put something against him, another chance to hurt him, he knew but kept because it was a part of him now. Kakashi was that parasite that, oddly enough, he saw as the shape of a baby. His child, a weakness in his immune system, the last option that could leave him with nothing to keep and yet everything to complete if he played his cards right. Because there was a hope he had for the boy to take some of that burden of the strongest off his chest, that if he ever came to lose his life, there'd be someone out there to keep the world safe. Someone strong to protect, someone worthy. Peculiar, because Gojo was just fine carrying that by himself. For now, he was perfectly okay bearing that title. He wanted Megumi, Sumiki, Kakashi, any child to explore what it meant to be happy and carefree while he did so, but also to teach them how to be safe. In a world like this, tragedy struck in the most unlikeliest of places. It put so much into perspective and it made him think. He didn't like thinking. He already did enough of that alone. What was so grand about having a burdened child? A child in danger from the moment of birth? Why keep him? Because his child was more than he'd have ever thought him to be. The notion of parenting wasn't lost on Gojo. He still had Megumi and his sister to take care of from time to time. But, his own flesh and blood? It felt different, and yet it felt the same. The same, annoying equity of nonchalance and capitulation. And fucking guilt. Guilty, guilty, guilty. It wasn't his fault. Gojo's. But it was. Now the kid had to be burdened with all of his obligations, all of his work, a legacy forced upon him in a future where he might not be there to take it back. As long as he remained breathing, he'd never allow it. And yet here he was, one day after leaving him out to test his ability under stressful situations that almost killed him, discussing his health, his documents, his life. Another weight. Another responsibility. It was a weakness. A weakness that placed a target on the poor child's back because once he was discovered, they'd know to come after him using his flesh and blood. He had enough of those already. Enough people to care for. He didn't want to care for Kakashi. He didn't want him to fall in his care, to be precise. At all. He was much too busy. He alone was the strongest, and it was his duty to keep everything from going to shit. He didn't want this kid to live as he did. To consider death the only escape, if ever, even. Because Gojo wasn't parenting material. There simply wasn't enough time, and he didn't want his child resenting him for something sincerely out of his control. Now, the choice to have had killed the mother and left the kid at his mercy. The choice to have gave him no other option but to keep the kid. He couldn't just throw him away, and frankly, as opposed as he was at first, he wouldn't have ever done so. Minds were manipulated. The kid could get strong and kill him and the world as someone else molded him into a weapon. He had to keep him safe. He had to. As dismissive as he was of the boy, though, he wasn't necessarily cruel. It didn't mean he didn't care. He was a real douche at times, yes. He'd admitted it to himself already, cultivated it in his soul, and planted it enough so that everyone knew that fact. He was an asshole, through and through. He didn't care. He was raised that way, he thought that way, and that was how it would remain. Children could still be saved. And as an adult, as shitty of a person he was, he'd allow one form of sentimentality. The satisfaction to teach youths how to be better than him. Strong. Worthy. You're fucked up. She shot him an unimpressed look. Nanami looked like he was ready to strangle him. For once, the playfulness in Gojo's stance dissipated to indifference. It was not pity, not concern, but it was something else. A look both occupants in the hospital room knew to be an effort of care. An ounce. Wow, Gojo said again, but it was stern. You left the child outside? Nanami questioned, building up fury. Gojo crossed his arms. Couldn't leave him inside. Place was infested. He withheld from wincing. A place you chose to take him to, without my permission? Nanami scowled outright, outraged by Gojo's behavior. Did this man truly hate his child so much? I scoped it out. First, Gojo said, not at all angry or guilt-ridden from the accusation. I wouldn't take my own kid to some curse brothel. Give me some credit, he huffed. Nanami saw the brief tick of annoyance that fretted through the mirage of blankness on the man-child's face. He decided not to argue. It was true. Gojo may be careless, but it wasn't to an extreme extent as Kakashi told. It was. Gojo was as unhinged as they came. Children were likely the only exception Gojo ever had, regarding the limit of how fucked up things landed on. Gojo was the only one to notice his afflicting contradictions of character. Gojo finally scowled. Uneasiness swept through both Shoko and Nanami. The only time they'd ever seen him that way was with an old comrade long lost to misleads and curses. A serious Gojo was never a good sign. Nowadays, it seemed it was becoming the norm. The kid's powerful. Curse magnetism. How the hell did he even consume that? Came the random question from the powerful sorcerer's mouth. Shoko's eyebrow twitched, and irritation took over the confusion that hid beneath a layer of questions as to why Gojo was so intrigued by what they already knew. I told you about it the day you picked him up. Yeah, he waved her off, I know. It doesn't make sense at all. Shoko blinked slowly at him. As did Nanami. Gojo tsked. Big dummies, the both of ya. He waved his finger in front of their faces, waning his scowl. The tension in the room reduced slightly. Listen, get this. I removed all the curses hiding in the block and the next block over. He brought him over, and then they merged. Merged, people. Merged. He didn't just attract them to him, he combined them. That's nothing new, Nanami disclosed, over with whatever shenanigans Gojo seemed to be trying to waste their time with now. There are cases where curses combine from the mixture of negativity in the area. Keyword, Gojo interrupted. He sounded impressed. It was his curse energy. Him. He wrapped those babies up together into a pile and bam, juiced them up. He mimicked an explosion with his hands. The two didn't comprehend why that was anything to gawk at. Sure, a child of his age shouldn't have been able to do such an ability, but things were already past the normal spectrum with that thing. He was Satoru's flesh and blood, for Kami's sake. Anything about the shaman was considered godlike, and that child seemed to have been blessed with knowledge and all else. It was creepy rather than worship-worthy. Also sad. Gojo wasn't finished. He absorbed them too, he revealed. The room startled slightly. They hadn't known that. A connection formed and the room was stifled with unease. Absorbed? Nanami asked. Shoko narrowed her eyes. What was next? That the kid was a reincarnation of some god from another world? Ridiculous. Same way he created that curse that killed his mother. Gojo rubbed his chin, thinking. Kid's overabundant on curse energy. He hasn't released all of it, not since we first picked him up, I think. Little shit soaked up Mammy's killer too. Combines the curses, and soaks them right back up. I found residue of another curse he likely had no idea he put together either, by a playground. Like Geto, an echo reminded Gojo. Except, Geto ate curses and Kakashi. What does the kid even do? And you decide to mention this now? Shoko whizzed, rubbing her temple in irritation. This is grave news that should have been informed right away. Satoru, Nanami's stern reply followed. Gojo shrugged. The kid hasn't gathered enough curse energy yet to become a problem, he said honestly. There was a pause. And that's not my issue, right now. Shoko and Nanami were reinstated into blankness. Right, Shoko mumbled, sighing. It's one of many, Nanami glowered, crossing his arms. The boy is a danger, and your care has already landed him twice in the hospital. Twice? The first time was of pure coincidence, Gojo mumbled, but he didn't object to that statement. Nanami was right on some level. Nanami regarded Gojo sternly. However, regarding your son's condition. His mouth tilted to the side the slightest of ways in vexation. I'm afraid I also suspected, he clenched his jaw, noticing Gojo's nuanced tilt of dismay, but not to that extent. There were times he seemed lost in thought, and he hardly heard me when I spoke. I assumed he was devastated after the loss of his mother as any child would be. Gojo scratched the back of his head. He's screwed in the head, that's for sure, he said casually. He's more than sad. Obviously, Gojo's irksome subconscious battered. Nanami shook his head. Your reluctance to allow him any freedom might have motivated his negative thoughts more, he growled. He hasn't taken him outside? Shoko prompted, staring at Nanami in a carefully controlled deadpan. No. And the child has hardly eaten, Nanami listed off. Gojo tends to stray and forget. Do not. I'm busy. With women, and not your son? At least I get women. Gojo didn't correct him. A vein pulsed on Nanami's head. Shoko scowled at Gojo. Why didn't you mention any of this shit in the checkup? I did, Gojo whined. You were too busy telling me to, and I quote, fuck off. Shoko sighed again. Nanami closed his eyes and imitated a similar sigh to Shoko's. As much as he wanted to berate Gojo for his irresponsibility and questionable treatment of children, they had no time for that now. They needed his checkup done now. Not to mention a plan to keep the kid from killing himself. Resigned that Gojo must have at least known how wrong he'd treated Kakashi, the blonde considered the doctor in the room with a steeled air. And how are the results coming by? Has there been any difference? Anything life-threatening? Shoko set the empty glass down on the counter closest to her. So far the physical turned up fine. He has a mild case of malnutrition, surprisingly, but anything other than that? The kid is okay. There are still more tests I need to do when he wakes up, so the good result could change depending on how things go. Her lips pursed, thinking. His left eye is weird, though. Fangs are also a thing. Fangs? Gojo looked disbelieving. Left eye? The more professional response came from Nanami. He'd worry about the dog teeth when the time finally came. She nodded. Nanami furrowed his brow. Was it red, or swollen, by any chance? My semen has fangs? Shoko rose an eyebrow and ignored Gojo. His left eye has flakes of red, so, yeah, I guess. Under the right light it makes an odd purple, she answered. The blonde was immediately attentive. I thought I was seeing things, he mumbled, taking a glance at the cameras that held the boy resting in a room. Even from the crisp quality, he could still see the small crinkles surrounding the eye. It could have been from lack of sleep, but Seeing things? Nanami turned to Gojo. He stood poised, but his posture was unmistakably tensed. Had the shaman not known? There was a brief moment where I thought his iris reddened. I believed it was a trick of the light, he answered evenly, searching what he could see of Gojo's face for any subtle indication of anything. As always, there was nothing but the swift tick of vexation before it disappeared completely. The shrug from Gojo was complacent. Guess we'll interrogate the gremlin when he wakes up. For now. There was a dramatic pause in his setting jaw that lasted 2 unbearable minutes before it replaced itself with something akin to his usual self. I need mochi. I'm starving. And dying. Shoko's eye twitched. Nanami's irritation spiked. The child. Shush. The blonde was silenced with a pressured finger on his lips, which he slapped away the moment Gojo's filthy hands came in contact with his skin. Gojo's migraine-inducing behavior was back. We'll take care of that when he wakes up after that drug Shoko illegally used on him filtrates through his system. Nanami wanted to argue that it'd be best to plan Kakashi's get better schedule now. I didn't use drugs, fucking idiot. And where are those papers? She asked him, glaring slightly. Her eyebags pronounced further, giving her a dark look that did nothing to make Gojo uncomfortable. In fact, the man was smiling. What papers? Nanami crossed his arms, ticked off. Don't play games, Satoru. The child's documentation. When will they be ready? Nanami's eyes narrowed from behind his glasses. Soon, Gojo waved off. Enough. Those documents should have been ready by today. Shoko scuffled, rubbing her eye. She was bone-tired, annoyed as fuck, and worried over the world's next saving grace. She needed a damn break. Gojo's cheeky smile bothered them. It's fine, see? He whipped out his phone, efficiently swiping his thumb across the screen to unlock it. His index finger tapped a few buttons, and he eagerly presented the cellular device to his audience. Ijichi's on the job. I got all that we missed. And what were we missing, you ask? Just his picture and his little whittle thumbprint. They stared at the screen as he waved his phone. I edited my eyes onto the selfie I took of Kakashi sleeping. And whatever you gave that kid was strong enough to knock him out for me to get a thumbprint. I used no toxins, promise. Nanami stared. You're unbelievable, right? My editing is phenomenal. Shut up. I didn't give him anything. Shoko cut in gallingly, again. He exhausted himself. Gojo settled down, seeming almost chastised. He must have used his curse energy again, then. Probably why his energy wasn't so pent up from when I first picked him up. Gojo rubbed his ear. He'd forgotten about that. The curse the child accidentally inhaled was washing out, if only slightly, from what the shaman could see. It's like Kakashi was a filter device. Nanami eyed the camera in the corner of the room that a troublesome toddler inhabited. The little gremlin was sleeping away, quite fitfully if the constant shifting was any evidence to Nanami. He would have felt bad if he wasn't so cold from the unbelievable but likely revelation of the annoying sorcerer. Have Ijichi prioritized those papers, Nanami told Gojo. I'm done here. I need to get in contact with a therapist. Just put Megumi on the job. Nanami recalled how much Kakashi avoided looking at Megumi. No, cease your idiocy. His sister? Satoru, so help me. Fine, I tried. You will, Shoko pointed at him with a warning. As soon as he's done here, you're going to sit him down and have a nice family chat. Ew. Like a meeting? Gojo's nose scrunched up in disgust. Truthfully, however, he was already planning that. He wouldn't tell them, though. Because Kakashi wasn't ready, per se, for an examination. He'd have a chat with him, alright. A nice, informative chat about where his skills lie. Like a good parent, Shoko hissed. The white-haired bastard looked to Nanami, who was tapping his fingers repeatedly onto his forearm in agitation. Gojo groaned when he saw the wariness on his victim's face. Fine. You guys are such bullies. Good, Shoko sighed, rubbing her face. Kami, I need coffee. Nanami eyed the glass he saw Shoko take 3 shots of and then checked the time on his watch. Almost 6. He was beginning to lose it. I need a drink, he gruffed, all the same, itching to grab the glass and swig one right now. You know what I need? Cookies. Shut up. When Kakashi woke up, he met 3 pairs of intense eyes with matching energy. Included in the haunting sight of 2 disheveled adults and a sparkling one came unbearable soreness that made any minimal movement of his joints feel like rust. His eyes also burned, especially his left. It felt like someone showered acid on them, and he deemed the need to close the worsened eye immediately, despite having the adults around. At this point, they should have suspected already. He wasn't even sure himself if he had it, but based on his second fight in this new body, the same rush of the famous Sharingan pinpointed into a spike inside him. It was no coincidence that a vivid image of Obito was around too. He almost choked a breath at the reminder. He questioned if it was his eye putting an illusion over him. Or was it Obito? Was it his spirit, still, lingering? Kami. They noticed. How could they not? If Kakashi wasn't mistaken, they must have talked about him while he took a reluctant rest that Shoko had tricked him into by having him talk about his experience. Coming here was a mistake. Welcome back, Shoko greeted, tone laced with exhaustion. Her voice almost seemed mocking. Kakashi looked at her for a few seconds, studying her lacking appearance he deemed pretty before deducing the woman wouldn't trick him again. His unblinking gaze roved over to Nanami afterward, observant with his lone open eye of the businessman's melancholy worry. Similar to all the other times he'd received them, except, this one held an uncomfortable amount of understanding. He decided he didn't like Nanami's caring face, so he came to look at Gojo, who was unreasonably silent. The face of the man who left him out to die felt better to look at. Made him plan murder instead of guilt-riddance parties. But the sight of his new father's face was weird now. Instead of jeering irritation, his face was blank. Completely blank. Behind the bandages, Kakashi sensed the intensity of his scrutinizing gaze too. There was no hiding, at least not for Gojo anyway. Kakashi could see right through him, almost. And, jarring enough, Kakashi realized Gojo was sympathetic. For what? It was clear enough to Kakashi that this man didn't want him. Maybe because of other motives, but he always sounded forced. And forced meant reluctance. Kakashi wasn't wanted and that was fine by him. So then what was with the feeling? What was it that made Gojo finally show what he'd been pitifully hiding? Because Kakashi hadn't done anything. Death by a supposed curse didn't count. That was something he couldn't understand, nor would he bother understanding. There were pressing matters at hand, and hope. Maybe that's why he came to the doctor. After all, Kakashi finally found something worthwhile. That boy. And how sad that it had been an illusion, so carefully orchestrated by the very same eye he'd been searching for in his buried memories. There was an intense atmosphere that lasted 1 full minute until Kakashi broke it by speaking. "I'm hungry," he stated in a squeaky hoarse. The sound vexed him, kid or not, the voice grated his ears. Finally, some emotion transpired on his father's face. A bothersome grin became true. "I'm not sharing my mochi, but Nanaman here has a salad." The man spoke, lifting up a suitcase that smelled very much like Nanami. By the utter nuisance so palpably obvious on the blonde's features, Kakashi deduced that Gojo should not have been able to get a hold of the brown object. "No," Nanami instantly denied, snatching the case out of his fingers. "If I'm not mistaken, we agreed that you were to take charge." Kakashi didn't like where this was going. Nanami continued, "So stop being a meddlesome imbecile and do your job as a parent. Get this child some food." "Ew," Gojo and Kakashi both said at the same time. Everyone stopped and looked at him. Him? Who? Kakashi was tired of being looked at. "I'm hungry," Kakashi repeated, sprinkling just a bit of demand in his tone. "You all smell." And it was true. They did smell. Like sweat and hospital and blood and worry. Unfortunately for the boy, to the sorcerers, it sounded like a weak and sad call for help. Shoko was the first to speak. "Here kid." Shoko brought out a cookie from Gojo's personal stash and handed it to him while dismissing said sorcerer's sudden protests. "That'll do for a little until Gojo leaves and gets you your food." She made sure to emphasize the words with a glare. Gojo frowned. "Why me? Make Aijichi do it," he complained. Nanami grumbled something about ordering the food here himself. With tiny, shaking hands, Kakashi took it. He looked like a baby, with only his head and hands popping out of the blanket he'd been enveloped with by Gojo earlier on. His big, blue eyes stared innocently at her, and his mask was secured on, hinting only vaguely at a straight, grim line. Like a poker face. Why the kid didn't seem excited was plainly obvious, but the doctor didn't comment. She was just checking something. "Those are my cookies," Gojo complained, poking Shoko's cheek. She missed her attempt to smack his hand when he retracted it upon seeing her evil intention. "So?" She crossed her arms. "The kid needs the sugar." "I don't like sweets," Kakashi quipped, and it would have been cute if he hadn't thrown the cookie at Gojo. Well, it was cute because his little arm chucked it perfectly at the annoying Yeti, and not the other two sorcerers. Gojo caught it. "Do not waste my food," he advised gleefully, shoving the cookie in his mouth. "Just for that, I'm letting you starve." Crumbs fell from his lips, but because Kakashi had the grace of meeting Naruto, the disgusting sight had no effect on him. In fact, the twisted reality echoed a memory of his student he had no intention of welcoming. Thankfully, the image was fleeting. The comment made the other adults turn a scathing glare toward the Yeti, which was preferred since it got his mind off it all. The sight made Gojo uncomfortable. Kidding, jokes, people. Everyone was sure he rolled his eyes underneath the bounding cloth. Carefully, Shoko took out another cookie and presented it to Kakashi again. "Eat, for Kami's sake," she sighed, tucking a stray strand of brown hair behind her ear. Her tone of voice sounded mournfully pleading, and for a second, Kakashi thought he'd heard Sakura. His student had always been fretting over his health, and he'd always indulged her because, well, what was he to do? It was his kid, didn't matter if she was old now too. She had always been the one worrying over him too much. He missed it. Politely, Kakashi accepted the new cookie. He stared at it for a little while, thinking of his student and then some. The faraway look was caught on, and the adults had looked at each other knowingly, concerned. Nanami especially. It wasn't the first time he'd seen it. Gojo, on the other hand, was becoming increasingly agitated. This kid made him itch, because why the fuck hadn't he been told this? The grand six eyes, and he couldn't even tell when a child was on the verge of death. Pathetic. "It won't hurt you," Shoko said, carefully peeling him away from his distant memories. Vacantly, Kakashi peered at her. "No," he childishly refused. The woman wasn't deterred. "If you don't eat it, I'll force it down your throat," she said, and she wasn't kidding. Another flash and it was Sakura again. But as quick as it came, it left. His gut churned uncomfortably. Kakashi didn't like that. "That's assault," he drawled. "Not if it's for your own good," she shot. Somewhere in the back of her mind, she thought to herself, am I really fighting with a toddler? Kakashi was having similar thoughts, albeit with a bit more wry humor to comfort the intrusive Obito reflections. He thought he'd gotten over those. Then again, he had always been such a self-pitying fool. "Eat it," Shoko interrupted, nudging his arm. For a moment, Kakashi considered. Starving himself wasn't working out on his end. His stomach felt like it was eating itself, but he made no outright reaction to it. He didn't think the adults could hear it as he could. The excessive sloshing was making him acute to all else around, as the muffled voice coming from the box Banana Man talked into. The little sounds were hurting his head, more and more. "I warned you," was all he heard before her hands were on his mask, pulling down both the cloth and his chin. Grip vice but gentle enough not to bruise him. He would have clamped his mouth shut immediately if it wasn't for his surprise by her strength, so the terrible sweet went in his mouth anyway. He stared at her with a more expressive face, mouth open with a cookie far too big. Teetering speckles of the cookie coated his mouth, scratching his tongue. Ew. Her eyes bored deeply into his soul. "Eat," she warned. He took her warning as a challenge. The cookie released from his mouth with a salivating play. "No," he said cutely. He prepared himself to bite her fingers off if she tried that same stunt again. She shrugged. "Guess I'll feed you using needles." She suddenly lifted a needle. To his far left, Gojo snickered. Kakashi didn't like that either. "Ma, I'll take the cookie," he reluctantly spoke, pouting at her. Sakura once again stood in her place, and he had to bite his tongue harshly enough to draw blood to remind himself that this wasn't her. It hadn't been, really. Shoko's grin was almost scheming, and it was nothing like Sakura's. Except it was. But this wasn't her. For the love of God, this wasn't her. "Good. Eat." She'd let go of his hands that he hadn't even known she grabbed. He grasped the wet cookie and bit it, much to his displeasure and Shoko's glee. At that pastime, Nanami had finished his call with Ijichi. The blonde had specifically requested to have what was left of the unfinished documents, because Gojo had never been thorough, brought to him with the food. By the time Kakashi had finished getting sweets, abuse, Nanami was attentive to them again. "I had Kiyotaka-san bring me the unfinished papers. I can't trust anything this idiot does," he growled, crossing his arms. 2 shots weren't nearly enough to deal with this right now. "Food?" Gojo asked. And wow, had that pole been quiet this entire time? A miracle. Nanami fired a glare. You are retrieving it for him, and you will have a chat with this child immediately. I am done here. He shuffled his coat on and took one last glance at Kakashi. And you, eat, we do not have time to deal with sick patients, he told the boy, but it was with none of the harshnesses he directed at Gojo. It was almost a plea like Shoko's had been. Kakashi munched, blinking twice to indicate he'd heard but likely wouldn't listen to. Nanami was unaware of the last part, so the man left with an exhausted sigh as his last utterance of patience. And now there were two. Gojo spoke first. Shoko-chan tilde. As soon as he started, she put an end to it. No, Shoko said, and just like Nanami, she gave Kakashi another warning stare and left. Kakashi regarded Gojo. Gojo hummed, guess it's just me and you, oh son of mine. Is this karma? Kakashi thought, thinking back to the stupid shit he'd said and done to his precious students. It must be, he concluded, seeing that the atmosphere of the room became considerably more ragged when it was just him and the siren head. Gojo grinned at him. The smile was fake. Let's start with something interesting. Kakashi swallowed the last of his cookie, feeling absolutely nothing. The energy was swirling inside his guardian as far as he could sense, but it was an intention of an inquisitive will rather than a malignant intent. By far, it felt like how he'd feel whenever he encountered any prodigious child. Your eye. Kakashi understood what he was after immediately. Why would you fart? I don't know what you're talking about. You farted. You're hallucinating. I saw the dust particles. Dust? How old do you think I am? Saggy titties old. Wrinkly old. Ugly. You're just jealous of my natural boyish charms tilde. Kakashi stared at his father vehemently. I can smell it, Kakashi said bluntly, then pinched his nostrils with his bandaged fingers. Smells like me wanting to kill myself. The eye curl of false joy was absolutely mocking. Alright, none of that. Gojo wiggled his finger close to Kakashi's face in childish scolding and gave a soft pat on his head. From now on, we're gonna pretend to want to live. The dazzling grin was back. Kakashi rose an eyebrow at him. However, because the child's hair was long, he looked as dispassionate as ever. Ma, who's we? You and your 7 personalities. You're very lucky I don't send you to a mental institution. Gojo hummed, taking a seat that somehow appeared out of nowhere. That's because they're after you too, Kakashi droned, refusing to breathe through his nose. Gojo made a clicking noise with his tongue. I'm too hot to be sane, he said with a proud grin, to which Kakashi dried at. He had plenty of retorts latched on his tongue, but he didn't say anything. The more he replied, the longer he'd have to stay within the same vicinity as this deranged poor excuse of a father. It was for the best that Kakashi kept silent. That and keeping quiet had always worked well for him during unnecessary interrogations. Friends or not, he had never liked being constantly questioned for shit. It's not as if anyone could ever tick him off enough to catch him slipping out information. He'd learned to ignore emotions and keep quiet at a very young age, so being tortured, whether it be by going out for food or literal mindscape agony, hadn't honestly scared him in his past life. This new father of his wouldn't get anything out of him. He spent decades avoiding questions from everyone, maybe besides the Hokages he'd served, and his students after forced years into healing tender memories in his past life. Decades hiding and keeping a lot of things he's been told to the grave. Like the realization that Guy had, in fact, won their share of challenges. He had never said that. Deny, 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 avoid, and avoid. Almost pathetically, remorse came into battles with his inner self. Where determination had driven was daunting sadness yet again, and some frustration almost broke the blank facade he presented before the white-haired male. Because it was back and forth. Existing and then depression. Truthfully, he didn't feel anything. He was fine, but it came in bursts, a gray, wilting pain that he swore he'd removed by the time he retired as Hokage. And yet, something stung his chest and hands in a liquefying melancholy, and things that once were flashed through his mind like a dark tsunami. And, abruptly, he thought, I pushed everyone aside. It wouldn't hurt to have his friends doing that again. It wouldn't hurt to have them here. Annoying him, bothering him, like old times. He wouldn't kid himself, either. He'd be the same old Kakashi, avoiding and making fun of their attempts at his personal things, and love. Just like old times, with Kurenai, Guy, Anko, Genma, his Anbu squad, Asuma, Shikaku and his pesky games of shogi, Inoichi and his dumb, life-saving, therapy sessions. His own team, Naruto, and his whining about where he'd been in his youth after coming late to the training he'd assigned hours prior or how he was doing after the fucked-in mess that was the Fourth War. Sakura and her constant reprimanding about his health, how his fucked-up chakra system was slowly healing after having Obito's Sharingan ripped the fuck out. Sasuke, too, quiet but genuine in his simple questions about life he had never cared about. Tsukumo before he died, Minato-sensei after his father died, Kushina ne too, Rin, when he hurt himself on missions. Obito, he thought distantly, but the thought was harshly forced aside. He couldn't fathom that memory. Where bitter contempt had lied for a short time, decades worth of feelings about what could have been was so much worse. So much worse. He swore, both his soul and to the gods that punished him by making him believe in another world, that it was him. That he'd seen him. But, God, did it torture him. He was pushing it aside, continuously since he woke, and he would continue. Everything always came down to him. To Obito. Because it was his fault. Kakashi's fault. Truly, so despairingly so, that everything happened. Perhaps if he had been a little kinder, a little more compassionate, a little less of an asshole. Well, those plaguing thoughts should have been long gone. And they were. It was just, seeing Obito, or hell, even someone that reminded him of that foolish boy, caused his head to drive itself into the dark corners of his selfish mind. It was warping. 1 second he was fine, and the next he was empty again, questioning his flesh, his blood, everything. 1 moment he wasn't thinking about anything. 1 moment. It was always just 1 moment before it became another moment entirely. It was embarrassing. He was going back and forth, he knew, God, he knew, but nothing was working. Nothing was making sense anymore, and at this point, he was winging it. He was forcing himself to be alive, but was he? Was he alive? He wanted to test it. The pain in his wrapped fingers reminded him that it was real, but pain could be in a genjutsu. It could. It can. It was. He wanted to test it. If he stabbed his eye and punctured his brain, would he die? Would he feel nothing? But what of these people? What if they kept bringing him back and he kept dying in a never-ending loop? The idea was ugly. So very ugly. He didn't want to be watched more than he was if they found out about his not-so-living intentions, either. He merely needed time. Yes, time was an excellent idea. But, Obito, I want to see my students again. My family. As much as it broke him. Kakashi couldn't think about that. Shouldn't, anymore. He'd see them soon. That was all that kept him here. But he couldn't make sense of it. They were dead. He was scared of dying. But he wasn't scared of coming back to them. But what if? What if this was a new world, a new reality, and he wouldn't go to the Pure Lands? What if he never saw them again? Shamefully, he was slowly realizing that this world was as real as the pain burning his eye. Anyhow, his father began again, breaking him from his 5 seconds of rushed pondering. I have many questions. He ignored Kakashi's lost look, but I'll ask them when we go home. Right now, I have only one thing to say to ya. Kakashi blinked lethargically, like he had just come back and didn't care at all about what he just said. Gojo thought that was a little sad. Earlier voices of his negligence were ignored, however. He had no qualms about those for the moment, and they could be saved for when he felt particularly inclined to finally wallow in self-pity once a year. Congratulations, you're not a curse. Gojo cheered, reaching into his sleeves to throw out crumpled confetti that had been itching him since he came from the park. Seemingly out of nowhere, Kakashi had ignored those sprinkles and sniffed. Took you a very long time to come to that conclusion. It's giving stupid. This isn't 2022. What? Nothing. But yes, anyway. You aren't a curse. Confetti was thrown again, making a mess. Gojo deliberately left to annoy Shoko with once she came back. You're just an ugly fetus. I didn't realize I was a mirror. I know. I'm so hot. That is not at all what I said, Kakashi said, uncaring me when I lie. There you go again, speaking future tense. Kakashi decided not to speak anymore. Everything in his body hurt. He wanted everything to end. Talking to this moron just made things worse, and Kakashi, was he thankful? He didn't know. Seeing that his son closed himself off once again, Gojo finally relented. The teasing, that is. His mouth never stopped working. You're going to eat, alright little shit? His voice was the same but the undertone sounded almost serious. It left a soft lilt that made the young boy question if this man was as bipolar as he was. Little fetus babies like you need that What are they called? Rat poison, Kakashi hoped. Rat poison. Yes. Just kidding. Whatever. Gojo continued, unaware of Kakashi's annoyance again. Vegetables. Meat. Dairy. That type of stuff. His hand moved with every syllable. It's important for mental and physical growth. And you seriously need that, short stack. Kakashi just stared at him. Gojo grinned cheekily. What? No witty reply? Kakashi continued to stare. The Yeti sighed. So boring. This is called orphan behavior, you know. Kakashi was no longer listening. Sad, sappy, homeless, Gojo talked on, putting out a finger for every term. Lonely, depressed, tired. The older man faltered and set a blank face when he noticed his son's vacant eyes again. Part of him hoped Kakashi would bargain in their petty disputes he often slightly entertained himself with, but he just shut himself out. Again, in the span of 5 minutes. There was definitely something wrong in that kid's head. More wrong, actually. Before the kid would at least look at him. Now he was looking through him. Barely enough to notice, the corners of Gojo's mouth curved downward. What was there to do to get this child living again? Gojo usually slapped them with some training and offered jujutsu sorcerer opportunities. Boom. Solution. But this child wanted nothing. He didn't even need to ask to know. It was just there. He should wait until he came back to himself again. If he was having one of those internal episodes, Gojo doubted being probed would be a good idea. The kid would probably blow up this entire building, seeing as his energy was spiking rapidly every second. He opted to remain silent to observe. Maybe the eye would come out. Maybe it had something to do with trauma. His curse energy, even, that just somehow affected his sight and mind because it was part of the whole aesthetic. Maybe Gojo was just waiting for his son to come back. Who knew? The older man certainly had no idea. He was just waiting. For anything. His phone buzzed. Curious, he reached into his pocket and unlocked it, taking a glance at the message. He grinned. Well, he supposed he was waiting for the food. Ijichi came by with the food and nothing else, so Gojo assumed Nanami had stayed behind long enough to collect the documents he almost set on fire. It couldn't have been a nice option assuming that the chilled winters were approaching, so the thought of a shivering Nanami made Gojo laugh. Served him right for sticking the wounded pup on him. Alas, the laugh was short-lived because leaving Kakashi alone. The kid was already disabling the safety hatches clucked tight with Shoko's curse energy, using strength a toddler shouldn't possess. Surprisingly, Gojo wasn't so annoyed to see that the kid was once again attempting a breakout. It impressed him more than he'd liked. It only further proved that as sad as this kid was to exist, he had potential. Terrifying, powerful, potential. Oh, and that he wasn't dead. He didn't look so dead when he was trying to get away. How sad. Potential that would have been safer if the child wasn't related to him. Oh, well, beggars can't be choosers. Plus, it was fun catching the child red-handed and squirming in his hands. Knowing that the child in his hands, so little and small, had the prospect to decimate cities. So cute. You're a nasty little headache, aren't ya? Gojo lightly chastised, staring impressionably at the boy with his arms puffed out right in front of him. He looked like a stretched cat, glare and all. When the boy said nothing, Gojo's grin grew. Guess what? Your food's here. And take another guess. You're dying? Kakashi's hopeful tune offered. Gojo tsked. Never. We're gonna have a family dinner at my place. He said, jingling the boy. The extra movement flailed Kakashi's arms, and Gojo giggled at that. Kakashi simply deadpanned, allowing his body to sway like a newborn puppy being manhandled by a gleeful white kid on Christmas. Seeing that the boy didn't react, Gojo did it again. He continued shaking the child like a jiggle toy for about 5 minutes before remembering he had something to do. Oh, right, he tucked Kakashi under his armpit and grabbed the bag of food. Off we go, little shit. I gotta feed ya before you pass out and I have to tell Shoko-chan you died on me. I hope you know you're a horrid father. What did you say? Honor? Splendid? I know. Body flicker it was. Alright little shit, Gojo started resolutely, plopping the plastic bag of takoyaki and gyoza onto the countertop of his grand escapade that was his estate. We're gonna enjoy a nice lunch while you tell me what exactly that little stunt was back in that booger-infested playground. His grin was simple. Kakashi stared at him, ignoring the nice smell of food taunting his nose. It's evening, he deadpanned because there was no way he was about to answer all the questions this idiot was trying to probe him of. He may have been a soldier in his past life, but he wanted nothing to do with anything of that sort now. He had enough, and if he ever grew to care for anyone in this material plane of existence, he didn't want it to be with people he'd lose in a dangerous line of work. Besides, it was plenty obvious that this eyesore dandruff kidnapper was looking for power usage. And whoever did that was not deserving of his help, no how. That's why Danzo fucking died. And you have a pretty, curse magnetic eye. Gojo's smile widened, and his hands jazzed at him in a pretty spectacle. Very ugly, Kakashi grumped. You think my eye is pretty? The little boy fluttered his eyelashes, mocking. Gojo's grin became feral. So you admit the suspicions are true? He breezed back, but Kakashi didn't react at all. He scratched his cheek. What's that? What's a suspicion? Does that mean you like putting your peewee into little boys' butts? I knew you were a pedophile. I'm telling on you, Kakashi said ominously, kicking his feet. It hardly mattered if he made sense. If he kept up this charade, Kakashi hoped this ugly male would give up. Everyone had a breaking point. Gojo shook his head with a sigh. Not a freak like you. He insisted, clapping his hands together with a slight twitch of his eye underneath his bandages. Anyhow, told a little shit. Since you want to play by secrets, I'll tell you about my theories instead. Kakashi saw him open up the plastic bag and remove the containers full of food. But first, you gotta eat. His nose was poked. He scrunched it up at the sensation. Ma, I'm not hungry, he lied. Gojo opened the styrofoam and his ears grated at the chaffing sound. Too bad. You haven't eaten, and Ijichibaka brought you some very nice food. I'm not eating. Oh, that's too bad then. Gojo clicked his tongue, shaking his head. I'm going to have to tell Shoko-chan the unfortunate news. I will piss on your shirts in your closet next. This is your only warning. Gojo smiled internally at the mirth dancing in his son's eyes. An emotion, though with bad circumstances, was good. Aw, you're kind of cute when you're trying to threaten me. I already pissed on your bed. It's mine now. No stealing, little shit. That's bad. You stole me. Nope, I found you. Big difference. Pee-pee head. What are they teaching kids these days, Gojo shook his head, ignoring the boy's last jab. One day I'm going to wake up to a gun pointed at my face. Kakashi did not know what a gun was. What's a gun? He asked. He eyed the open containers. Maybe if he could throw one at the Yeti's face. Internally, he grumped upon remembering that this bastard had some form of force field protecting him. He had to eat this. He dismissed the negative thoughts swearing him to starve and see his loved ones. Right now was no time to be sad. A big bad toy you should never play with. Only weirdos use those, Gojo explained, which didn't help. Keeping a close eye on the lanky hands of his father picking up a plastic fork, Kakashi answered with a promising, I will find one, before reaching forward and throwing one of the containers on the floor in a burst of speed. The other male caught it, looking away, and in those 5 seconds, Kakashi immediately lowered his mask and shoved food into his mouth. By the time Gojo came back with a mocking scolding, Kakashi was idle again. He paused when he saw nothing in the other container. At first, the sorcerer thought his eyes were tricking him. But then, he thought, his eyes saw all, so that couldn't be it. Then he assumed that Kakashi hid them somewhere, but he had caught the subtle swallow of the boy, and suddenly everything made sense. Kakashi wasn't even chewing anymore. Huh, Gojo peered at him, is this gonna kill y'all? It was a genuine question. As entertained as he was by the activity, he didn't want this to have any further complications to this child's health. Shoko would nag him and then the boy would die, and, yeah. He had no time to deal with the repercussions of that. Is what gonna kill me? Asked the boy. A little stain on his mask was the only indication he even ate. Gojo wasn't sure whether to be impressed or curious. I'm going to assume no. Impressive, he grinned at his son. You missed a spot, Tilda. Kakashi blinked at him. Missed what? That. Gojo flicked his nose. But the jeering titter of annoyance never happened. Kakashi grabbed his hand before he could touch him, centimeters away from his face. No, he said childishly, tightening the hold to a fault he hoped was painful. And Gojo reveled in his triumph. He let him touch him. So, he wriggled the finger the boy entrapped with his entire, tiny, menacing, fist. You can go through my infinity. Through skin contact. Kakashi kept holding it. So? He droned, bored. We've already established that. It was true. The first time was when Kakashi stabbed the shit out of him. Gojo gave a conceding nod. That's true. I just needed to confirm it. He lingered, pulling away his finger after a quick ponder, and Kakashi let him. That, and how quick your reflexes are. The look Kakashi gave him was condescending. Gojo was very intrigued. It's weird, isn't it? The negligent father asked mockingly, picking up a fork. Kakashi continued to watch his father in uncaring silence. Gojo continued. Nobody else can pierce through it. He said, eyeing the boy's reaction. How does it feel to be bested by a 4-year-old? Kakashi asked instead of caring. Like, you know, a normal son. You want me to be honest? Came the lilting voice of a grinning Satoru, tapping the plastic utensil against the edge of the empty container Kakashi vacuumed earlier. Kakashi said nothing to that. He also didn't voice the negative response he'd come up with in his head. As said prior, answering would drive the opposite effect Kakashi wanted, which was to be left alone. Much like Kakashi, however, Gojo was persistent in the opposite. He was here to interrogate his son, not just for his benefit, but for the world of jujutsu. His kid was hazardous. The adult didn't know if the boy was conscious of this misgiving, so it lay on him, the strongest, to take care of this arduous concern. Anyone else, with the way the boy was now, would get crushed under all his energy. He'd supervise and prepare the boy first, but to do so he'd need to know how he worked. Many options countered to better methods of figuring out just what made this hell spawn tick. He could smack him around and push him to the edge, but something told him that if he pursued that option, he'd be left with a dead toddler. The kid was, pityingly, dead inside. So it was tied to this. Talking. It'd appease his pesky friends on this lenient, foolish, method, and he could understand him better. Talking was for losers, Gojo thought. But here he was. I'll be honest, the adult proclaimed levelly, pinning him with a stern expression sprinkled in his easygoing attitude. You impressed me. How did I feel, you ask? I was impressed, little shit. That's right, impressed. Kakashi brushed the scrap of food off his mask. That's nice. It is nice, Gojo insisted. It's not usually that I'm impressed by people other than myself, kid. You should feel honored. I'd rather be dead. Gojo picked out a small bag of donut holes from inside his flak jacket. No, you wouldn't. Being alive is, well, there's food. His grin dimmed, and the adult shook his head. Look, I won't beat around the bush. You have been, for the past hour. Hush, your dad is talking. The male opened the bag, dropping the fork inside. Anyway, I'm going to train you. Says who? Me, kid, your dad. Kakashi blinked lethargically. You're serious, he drawled. I am, Gojo agreed, stabbing the fork into a donut hole. I'm not, Kakashi shrugged. You can't force me. No, I can't, Gojo agreed again. He shoved the donut into his mouth. Kakashi shouldn't have spoken, but his lips moved without his consent. So? The sassy remark retorted. Gojo chewed for a bit and swallowed before answering. So, he poked the fork into another sweet treat, patronizing, I'm going to help you. Help me, Kakashi deadpanned. Really? Yes, really. Kakashi's eyes closed one by one, like a lizard, and opened again. If he squinted, Gojo could see that the kid was in disbelief. And how exactly would you help me? The boy humored, crossing his arms. Isn't that the same concept? Train, help? If that's how you think, then this is worse than I thought, Gojo hummed, putting 2 balls into his mouth this time. A-N. Haha. Balls. Heppen is diffwin, Dan Quaining, whittle shed, said the adult with his mouth stuffed, sincerely. He chewed and put 3 more inside while he said that, and the boy in front of him followed the bits of wet food that fell from the male's disgusting mouth. He was glad that the image of Naruto didn't show up. Kakashi picked at his ear. Your help is unneeded. You're very gross, he drawled, over this useless exchange. This adult wanted to help him? How? Kakashi couldn't even help himself. He would have laughed at that statement if he wasn't so annoyed being in the presence of this inhumane, screeching, yeti. Couldn't he see there was no use helping him? Kakashi was his own person. The concept of help was not in his vocabulary. Or life, anymore. It was left behind with everything else he held dear in his old world. The Yeti set the garbage to the side, leaving it to one of his servants to take care of come morning. Want to hear my theories now? Gojo said, completely overlooking Kakashi's previous statement. Luckily, Kakashi was just as good at that too. There was nothing this fool did or would do that'd prove anything to Kakashi that he was truly going to help him. Nothing. And nothing he will ever do will give away any like the brat he was. He grabbed hold of the compartment of food he'd thrown earlier and did it again. Except, on instinct, he drew power from his chakra coils the same moment he moved, which caused the steaming dish to smash through a window. Hardly missing the target, Gojo Satoru. To his credit, the man didn't even flinch. He was still smiling like the bastard he was. My theory, little shit. Kakashi narrowed his eyes when his father stood with an intentional, calculating edge. Is that your power draws from a trauma source? Kakashi stayed resolutely seated. And what is that source, you may ask? Gojo tilted his head, putting a questioning hand on his chin. Why, I'll tell you, little shit. The grin was knowing, and the boy didn't like it. Kakashi feigned disinterest. The straining energy building around them was increasingly negative, similar to killing intent. Except, this one was softer, if albeit probing. Almost curious. What can you tell me? Gojo's voice sobered a fraction, mouth set into a prim, straight line. Of a boy named Obito? The room entered an abrupt, chilling silence. Obito? Echoes and shouts drilled in his ears agonizingly fast. But the man-turned-boy did not move. No, he didn't even breathe. Kakashi met the adult's unwavering, hidden gaze with a shortened breath. A piercing contemplation that lasted a few seconds, dancing around in a deadly, tensing, suppression of tragedy. And, wasting no time, the knotted chakra he'd been hiding released in a popping nightmare when, in Gojo's place, he saw himself. Tired, bloody, and with a red, circling eye never meant to be his. It was the last thing he registered properly in that very second. That, and the visible misery he saw so openly in the mirror, facing back at him. Bloody water trickled below the most powerful sorcerer's feet. A red moon glistened above him, illuminating crimson across the wicked, dark skies that bubbled warped faces of agony he didn't recognize. They spoke distorted words, crying and bending the inky darkness like some form of disgusting, pitiful attempt to break apart rubber. Grotesque maws complete with caustic teeth vomited organs like rain across the entire expansion opened by his own miscommunicated undoing. It smelled like corrosion and human waste. Beyond him, farther out of his reach, a white ghost of a woman stood in shackles with an evil red eye on the center of her forehead. Her long, flowing hair curled around her in a shell, enveloping the dirtied robes with black, crawling substance growing eyes, and a snarling mouth. Her lips were red and her eyes were a pale, milky horror, accentuating the horns that seemed to be growing in size the longer he stared. In her hands, his little boy hung his head with a bleeding trail coming from his left eye. Unconscious. Gojo stared, contemplating. So that's what it was, he spoke casually, tilting his bandaged face in mocking intrigue. This unusual power. Kakashi didn't speak. The woman, however, did. I am the mother of all chakra, she whispered, lifting a hand. It rattled the chains bound beneath the thick, goopy liquids, causing a circling ripple to reach Gojo's feet. Unperturbed by the sight of the coppery goo sliding off the tainted chains, Gojo gave a cheery hum. No idea what chakra is, lady. But hey, if you could give me my son back, that'd be great. His cheer held an ominous threat that showed in his teething grin. The woman didn't react. Her face was as blank as her unnerving eyes, dead to the world and a fitting illusion. When she didn't reply, Gojo continued. Yeah, I know, he nodded and began walking toward her with relative ease. You're busy with him, yada, yada. But I'm afraid your little daycare center is about to close. I kind of need my son to pay me back for destroying about half of my mansion. His grin tilted as he stopped in front of her, meeting her dead sights in unflinching regard. It wouldn't be the first time it had been thrown to shit anyway. Her red eye, which Gojo found decorated in swirled pupils and ringed lines, elicited a sticky gurgle when it expanded. Well, interesting. Her chains rang like a chorus in their current material plane as she stood, taller than him. You understand, yeah? He asked, sating his curiosity further when he reached boldly for her loose sleeve. His fingers chafed the fabric, gauging. It felt like rubber. Yeesh. Skimpy material. You're poor, aren't you? Undisturbed that she didn't react, he created some space between them again by trekking back with a joyful jump in his step. I'm feeling a bad vibe here. It's just me talking. Don't tell me I made such a bad impression already. Gojo mock sighed, shaking his head. She didn't move. She kept staring, waiting for intent. And here I thought I was about to make a friend. It's fine. We can let bygones be bygones if you hand my son over to me. His attempt was futile, but it wasn't like he was freaking out about it. This was just Kakashi's partial domain expansion. No biggie. Strange, though, how Kakashi was holding this place up if he was out like a light. Not to mention the odd, sentient entity. He'd have grabbed him by now if it had been just another manifestation of his curse energy. He really underestimated this kid. I'm impressed, he acknowledged right away and began circling the tall woman holding Kakashi in a vice grip. He's only 4 and already he's able to manifest his own little domain. I know a lot of folks who can't do that. I'm so proud of him, but see, don't tell him that. He's a smug little shit. He stopped in her line of vision again. And this is all because I mentioned the name Obito. Incidental. His skin raised bumps and the hair on the back of his neck stood on end when a sinister aura enveloped the ground he walked on. The area reverberated and Gojo's ears were perforated with horrifying screams. He remained unfazed, though. Wow, there it goes again, Gojo observed, tilting his head to take a peek at the sky. The faces now had limbs reaching out for him. He wondered, so, it seems names are a thing here. If I say Obito, the ground shook again and this time, the woman leaned forward with blind, bulging veins around the eyes, elongating her face like a ghastly being. That happens. Obito's definitely important here. The domain continued to reach for him and Gojo refused to move. What about my little shit's name? You do not belong here, the woman hissed, execrated. Her arms wrapped Kakashi closer to her. Gojo sighed. Well, shoot, why not? He decided to ask, contemplating. He'd save from saying Kakashi's name later, just in case his theory proved true. Maybe Kakashi wasn't in control of this at all, but this woman instead. It would explain why the domain was still out, despite Kakashi's insensate, defeated pose. He queried if Kakashi was keeping the chains on her to keep her from gaining full control. That's what the chains were for. No, they wouldn't be there, not unless this kid of his was holding invaluable information. All it took was a trigger, and since he'd met the boy, he'd been nothing but unstable. Could she have been a sealed creature? Could the boy's mother have been cursed? And what was that swirled pattern he'd seen in his son's red eye? So many questions, such few answers. She drew back, calm once more. You are not of this world. Her voice sounded menacing, but it appeared to be a command that drew out shadows from behind her. Some were tall, only 2 were short, only one had a face. Oh, he mumbled, looking right at the vivid face of a scarred, pale boy with dark eyes and a missing eye. Really? I distinctly remember my birth certificate telling me I was born here. In, Japan. You do realize this is Japan, right? You're not from some ancient time, are you? That'd be a nuisance. The boy continued to form. His skin grew from bone to muscle, to color. Dirty, long hair. Torn, brown rags. This place really was poor. Please leave, the voice of a small girl beseeched. Gojo was so diverted with the child he believed was Obito that he'd failed to notice the other diminutive shadow. Approaching, standing, and holding hands with the scarred boy was a little girl with short, brown hair and a bloody mouth. Her eyes looked haunted, and there was a hole in her chest. Something didn't feel right. His kid was more fucked up than he thought. I will, he said, surprising them with genuine confirmation, but only if you give my son Kakashi back to me. Everything silenced in a sudden hush. Oh, so his theory about name-calling was right. Mentally, he patted his back. Outwardly, he didn't break eye contact with the little girl with purple, bloodied, stripes. Desperate, she looked. Dead, he thought. He's your son? The voice was raspy. Gojo snapped his head to the boy. Yep, he answered simply, waiting. Ticking, he decided on another call. You don't happen to be Obito, yeah? One blink on his end transformed the boy into a taller figure. White hair was a messy spiral on the top of his head, preying onto scars and a haft that looked sickly pale than that of normal skin. Through his scrutiny, he watched the entity stare him down. You need to leave, Obito? Said dispassionately, his words spurted with heavy importance. He looked dead, too. But this man wasn't solid like that woman. He seemed more of a residual ghost. A man with few words but with 1,000 stories behind his eyes. It seemed Kakashi's domain constructed a summon of ghosts using his cursed energy, positively to preserve the tangible woman in chains. Domains were strange that way, Gojo thought. Though, wouldn't Kakashi have attacked him if these images were here to protect that weird lady? Domains worked to encapsulate the opponent, hence, him, in this scenario, which was established sufficiently if not for the gaping holes he could see from the ceiling of the domain. If Gojo wanted, he could escape at any time. Had Kakashi done this to help him, or was this someone else? He'd have assumed it was Kakashi, but the woman swirled with the same, hell-bent energy his son carried. Did this all come from her, or was Kakashi built as a vessel, honing this energy and using it himself? The curse energy wasn't ancient. The curse itself. Was his son made into a weapon? What a sick, twisted, reality. Their energy was grand, and it all came out from one 4-year-old boy, who, if Gojo wasn't mistaken, had attacked him in an exuberant, deathly blow and trapped him in here. Something uncomfortable clenched in his chest. Could Kakashi have held back? Had it meant, if he deluded himself enough, that the boy had tried not to do more damage than good? Was this why the woman was in chains? Had he really been born to kill him, and the boy knew, and so, therefore, had created a boundary that kept the true power away from hurting him? Blinking again, Gojo found no trace of the man he'd labeled as Obito. He was again presented as the quiet boy. The boy clenched his fist and brought it to eye level. 2 fingers stuck out, pressed together like an accursed prayer. It looked like his technique, except the boy's fingers weren't crossed. He met Gojo's carefree presence, challenging and knowing. The words that fixated out of the boy's mouth were cursed. Take care of him, you do not belong here. Before he could say anything to that, the woman let go and disappeared. And Gojo. Release. The world warped and out the two of them were, just like that. Back to half of his mansion in flames, and the frantic pacing of a wild Kiyotaka Ijichi blabbering into his phone, sweating. Smoke sizzled around the distressed, overworked secretary, tiptoeing around torn wood and concrete in an attempt to reach for them. Gojo, cradling Kakashi's insentient form close to him, turned around and met the bewildered gaze of his servant with a brilliant smile. Ijichi-chan, guess who has T-tilde? The answer Gojo got, ultimately, could not unsettle the deep worry he'd reluctantly accepted for his first, and only, son. The water beneath his feet felt sticky and cold. There wasn't anything he could smell. Not his tears or the blood. Just the sensations of thunderous beats echoing across the infinite, sunset realm in soothing protection. Inside his chest, a searing emptiness followed in streaks of golden white, manifesting before him as the very personifications of the people he'd ached to see again. But, it was just him, this time. And Kakashi was so tired. You're back, Obito said neutrally. He looked old, again. Felt old, again. Felt the same as the day he'd seen Obito die a second time. When he'd finally accepted what he'd grown so long withering in. I don't know how to stay, he'd murmured instead, water knee-deep, now. Obito, or the imaginative subconscious he'd made up of him, looked sad. As if he understood. This won't last forever, he replied. Kakashi remained still, uncaring of the cold caresses of the blood slowly rising. It feels like it, he whispered. Obito fixed the goggles on top of his head, cracked, dull in color. An annoying tic of his that Kakashi had forever engraved as a fond characteristic the day he'd lost what he carried. It's not forever. It's repetition, again. It always was. I'm tired of it, Kakashi croaked. The daylight and the sunset grew dimmer with every escaping solace. You shouldn't have to be. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, and the blood now at the center of his thighs stopped. Obito sat himself down, coating his pants with something dark. There are people who care about you here, too. He scoffed without meaning to. Nobody does. I don't want them to. The boy shrugged. I don't think so. I think I met one of them. Kakashi held his breath. They shouldn't, Kakashi said, unknowing. The water rose, and the tips of his fingers tickled with a gorgeous crimson color. It's not as if I'll stay. I can't stay. I have no purpose, here. A bitter smile formed on Obito's face. You always say the same thing. That they shouldn't care. But that's not really your choice, is it? You told me this when I was lost in a gravestone, and now you're telling me the same in Death's Void. You don't ever change, do you, Kakashi? The sun had completely faded away. I mean it, this time, Kakashi promised. It came out as a desperate, ceaseless vacancy. A promise he never learned, in his life often came untrue. It's not the same, Obito conceded, standing. The water reached Kakashi's arms, now. But it's a fresh start. They're not us. Kakashi tried stepping forward, but he was in the blood too deep. Too late, as always, to make a difference. They can't ever be us. But you're still you. You can still love, too. All the lost Hitaki could do was keep sinking as his old friend's face slowly faded into murky darkness. You're not alone, anymore. Lost in the red, deepened depths of his soul. Lost. Lost. We lost the moon. We have no moon, Boruto hissed at him, stepping forward. No moon. Did you all fail to mention this? That before these idiot aliens arrived, there was a big, stupid, one too, Datebasa. Kakashi rubbed his face as Sarada and a few others turned to him for explanations. It was common knowledge, the 60-year-old mumbled, emitting an exhausted sigh. Metal Leaf frowned at him, but Lord 6th, Lord 7th repealed that, remember? Actually, Sarada interrupted, crossing her arms in a scowl, he didn't. Lady Tsunade wanted to because civilians wouldn't comprehend the existence of alien life, but she decided against it because she wasn't in any position to do so anymore after Kakashi Jiji took the role. It was mentioned in the textbooks. If you would have read it, Boruto, she snapped her head at him, narrowing her eyes, you would have known that. This is nothing new. The blonde scowled back at her. Fine, but my point in mentioning this out of the blue is because the moon is fucking gone, people. As in, whatever you sealed in there was undone. Boruto's mouth twisted to the side, and the jagged scar across his eye became more prominent under the intensity of his glower. Uncle Sasuke was right. It was only a matter of time before she'd break free somehow, someway. Sarada's expression pinched, and she looked away, at the mentor of her parents. She dared not continue with whatever Boruto was about to say. OG-san, we know that. Kagaya Otsutsuki was sealed, but how? You were there. Are you sure there isn't any way we can replicate that? Her hands fisted on her clothes sleeve, and her eyes sharpened. They have had these conversations too many times for Kakashi to count, and every time, he had to disappoint them. Had to hide. At the very least, the only thing that Sarada managed to grasp right was her endearing relation with him. Maybe it was sad that after a decade she finally broke the habit of being too formal with him. If only he could tease Sakura about it now. But she was gone. The memory pierced his heart. Kakashi winced. I'm afraid not, Sarada. I've told you all already that Naruto and Sasuke were given the power of the Sage of Sixth Paths. They, and Momoshiki, Boruto butt in, tone low. Code, everyone, doesn't matter. But could he? Everyone turned to him with heavy silence. Boruto stared blankly. His lone eye filtered in a wistful, dangerous edge that sunk into Kakashi's presence. The old shinobi met his eye with a challenging opposition. Would he be able to do anything? Give me anything of that? You never did give me a straight answer, Datebasa. Kakashi shook his head. The truth is I don't know, Boruto. And I wouldn't trust that. Your eye, fuck my eye, right now. And this karma, he flexed his hand smeared in blue. I'm asking you if he's capable of giving me answers. He's part of the clan Kagaya was part of, no? And Kagaya, that's another shit show, Datebasa. She's free. As in, free. Uncle Sasuke mentioned once that they wanted her. If we give her away, don't you think they'd leave us alone? First of all, Sarada hunched. How the hell would Kakashi Jiji know? You're the one that has an alien warlord stuck inside you. Secondly, we don't know if she's free. She could be the 10 tails for all we know. And thirdly, if she was, what makes you think the enemy would leave us alone? She could be a grand scheme that's part of their plan to complete whatever annihilation bullshit they're coming up with. Hypocrite, Boruto mumbled, but he was punched on the shoulder for it. He grimaced. The moon was in a different dimension, Kakashi pointed out. Tonary of the new moon. Who gives a shit about that blind motherfucker? He's to blame too. And that's beside the point. She could shift dimensions like Uncle Sasuke used to, can't she? So who's to say that she isn't out and about right now? What the fuck do we do when we encounter her out here too, Datebasa? Dad is gone, and Uncle Sasuke was wasted for nothing. He cut off when he felt Sarada's killing intent. He swallowed, reluctant. They're gone. We can't seal her away. Boruto's scarred, beaten look was too reminiscent of his old students. And Sarada was just the combined tragedy. They looked just as lost as he was. Lost. 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 Don't lose sight of the civilians, my eternal rival. Guy's once boisterous voice expressed itself in a stern monotone. Kakashi whipped his head back to look at Guy, eyes wide and chest-heaving. The ground quaked and the wheelchair-bound shinobi gave him a determined smile, hand caught with his own. Guy, what are you? I'm here to help. He clapped, knuckles whitened tight from how hard he held onto him. I will save more than you, my friend. How about it? One more challenge. The twisted sadness wasn't hidden in his graying eyes. Guy, come along, he urged and began moving past him, toward the wrecking caves of their resistance bases. With words caught in his throat, he hurried after his best friend, unable to conjure much in his wilting haste. He was too old, too battle-worn. They ran together into battle anyway, just like always. There was so much screaming that Kakashi had trouble aligning which voice belonged to who by the time they entered the cave. Civilians ran past him, some stayed to cling, but he assured them to keep running far away from here in his deep, commanding voice. He placed the facade of the sixth Hokage, both in hopes that the people could be guided by his passionate leadership, and to hide the deep-seated doom he felt. He knew this was their last stop. Sarada wasn't here to punch her way through and get to them in time. And based on Guy's tired smile, he knew it too. I'll see you on the other side, my eternal rival. And yet his words never faltered with brimming promise. Always with the presence of hope. Kakashi hadn't said a word but a determined nod. He'd parted ways with his friend of many years. Maybe a man worth more to him in his eyes, and focused on those that were still alive. He'd ignored many bodies and dodged the wreckage, entering a haze of the wars he'd already lived through. If this was his last, he vowed he'd go just as Obito did. No more running, no more hesitation. He pushed past the lingering sadness. No more pain. He managed to rescue enough, managed to lose plenty more, but he didn't give up. He couldn't. Kakashi. Guy was on the floor, wheelchair gone and rocks bent into his broken legs. Kakashi felt his pumped heartbeat sink when he caught sight of him. Guy, he yelled back, running toward him. He punched through one of the rocks with a palm bound in purple electricity, freeing him. Before he could help him up, however, Guy smacked his hand away. Go, help those trapped in the clinic. Guy instructed, still budging through the ache. I am fine. They need their sixth Hokage. Kakashi hadn't lingered by his side that time. He prioritized those that were left, ravishing through each section of the last clinic built before Sakura had died. There were so many dead, so many already injured from past battles, and some on the brink due to the lack of medical assistance. Some were still sleeping, never to know, and let go. He had done his best. They ran to the safety exits, and Kakashi didn't dare watch, knowing that the wails and cut-offs were of those who were still caught under the forcing debris. It came to one more person, just one more. And he had pushed Guy hard enough to create distance, hard enough to take his place. The last thing he heard and saw was Guy, and the desperate call of his name, just as the rocks came down to take him too. He came about to consciousness with Guy's shout echoing in his ears in the place he liked the least. The hospital favored disparaging him. It entailed memories for the young Hitaki of vivid experiences of a life he'd seemingly lost decades ago, before his actual death at the hands of alien-like gods that bore their chakra power. And while this hospital was much different than that of his time, the lucid bone white was an execrated recollection that served its purpose to haunt him. The smell was the same except with further added toxicities he could only hope he'd never have to encounter as long as he was conscious, and, conceivably, the same smell of his new father he'd never wanted nor asked for. Said man was silently hovering over him, turned away in a quiet meander outside the window of the room. It was rare to find the eccentric idiot so quiet, but Kakashi wasn't complaining, not when just the sight of him simmered a rage so cold he felt like dying. The last thing he remembered was Obito. When will it end? He asked himself as Gojo's face turned around to look at him. Why is it always him? You're awake, his father spoke with a languid smile. There wasn't an ounce of bullshit-fueled glee in his tone, nor was there any ridicule present on his face. His smile looked forced instead, looking like it didn't fit quite right on his face. Fascinating. Remaining quiet, he took in his father's peculiarity before giving the room a quick once-over. It appeared to be the same enclosure he'd woken up from the first time he came to be in this world. The broken bottle and window ceased, cleaned, and repaired with proper toddler-proof locks. Exhausted, he hadn't even entertained the idea of escaping this time around. "It's about time," his father said, and Kakashi looked at him with a frighteningly blank expression. Gojo was unfazed. "You were out cold for a couple of days. 4, to be exact. Days?" he thought, incredulous. What had he done that warranted days of unconsciousness? Surely passing out from an impending panic attack wouldn't knock him out for 4 days. And in this cold? As if reading his mind, Gojo gave a quick brush of his fingers over the blanket, covering him more. "You were such a sleepy head," he joked, but Kakashi wasn't in the mood for jokes. "What happened?" he drawled, reluctant for answers but too curious not to pass up the chance to know more. His throat came out raw and painfully dry, and so he coughed, disregarding his father's brief flashes of concern. If he'd been knocked out for days, it was no wonder he fell into a kaleidoscope of memories of his old life, and of a very vivid one where Obito specifically starred in. It might have been real, probably. But it wouldn't be the first time that Obito inhabited his dreams. Whatever he'd said might have just been his subconscious fighting with him all over again. "You gave us a little scare," Gojo said with an aversion to the answer, his smile dropping for a second. "Your curse energy became dangerously low. Your heart stopped beating." "Oh," Kakashi said lamely. "Was that all?" Kakashi didn't care for it. It would have been better if he did die. "You're weak." Kakashi's ear twitched at the voice of his old friend, but he didn't dare react. Again, it wasn't his first time hearing voices. He only hoped they'd lessen as time went by. "Yep," Gojo chirped, and Kakashi noticed his fingers twitch when he let go of the blanket in favor of whatever was bulging in his sweater's front pocket. "Luckily, you survived. I brought something that'd make you feel better as a celebration." On his palm rested a small mochi container. It looked half-eaten inside the plastic. When he saw his lit-up expression, Kakashi wanted nothing to do with it. He abruptly didn't have the energy to entertain anything about his father. His body was consumed by the cold cot and he allowed it to simmer in its uncomfortable depths, uncaring that his father had stopped smiling when he noticed. His eyes lost their shine, and he wasn't in the room anymore. Just like when he was in the red water. Depleted. "Hey!" His shoulders shook and Kakashi chanced a lethargic peek at his nagging parent. "Don't do that," chastised his father, who kept dangling the offered food at his face. "You just woke up. Eat something, nay. You'll feel better." He didn't have the energy to move. Gojo stopped messing with the irritating plastic and thankfully put it down at the sight of his reluctance. "You're not hungry? That's fine. Drink some water instead." Just as he removed the mochi from his pocket, a bottle of water appeared out of nowhere in his hand. "Shoko said you should be fine drinking some water. Since, you know, you're not entirely human, apparently." That caught his attention. "Huh?" he rasped, fighting his body with confusion and the urge to disappear. His mind was awake, but his heart wasn't in it. He felt numb. "Ah," his father's smile returned. "Yeah, not human. Wasn't supposed to say that because Shoko-chan's scared you might dissociate again." "So, water?" He offered the bottle again with a shake. Kakashi silenced. "Not human?" He'd worry about that more if he cared enough. His body seemed to disagree. A series of static noises pierced the air, but he didn't look. He didn't want to. He was tired. "Ah, that's not supposed to happen," he heard his father murmur, but, again, he didn't care much about whatever started happening. Then, as he wished for, the darkness consumed him again. This time, however, instead of Guy's chilling cries of his name, he heard Gojo's careless, but no less heartfelt voice. "Sorry." Megumi, for the better part of him, didn't have much of an opinion on Gojo Kakashi. He'd seen him about 4 times the entire period they'd met, and so the feelings of respect, esteem he'd felt the first time were slightly short-lived. Now, normally, Megumi would stick with his first impressions and avoid everything and everyone as much as possible. People were either considered good or bad in his eyes, and he treated them the way they deserved to be treated. He hated both, anyway. Ideals were rather pathetic. Training and his cherished sister occupied his mind anyway though, so he hardly ever formed a thorough analysis of someone. He was a kid, and he preferred prioritizing his training. Even though he loathed it. He didn't want to become a jujutsushi. He never asked to be one. It passed the time, was all. For Kakashi, well, it was weird. He didn't know what to think. The boy was quiet, impassive, and mostly but otherwise mouthy. He had a snark to him like Gojo-sensei, except it was further senseless and more dead than anything. Megumi thought Kakashi was like him, at first. A boy who didn't want to be with someone to be something in life he never asked for. He thought he and Kakashi were the same. But they weren't. Megumi had a fight in him, he knew. He vowed it. Kakashi was like a corpse. It was a little unnerving. Megumi wasn't one to think twice about people. Especially anyone related to Gojo-sensei. He was a nuisance he hadn't wanted in his life at first, and details. There was a reason Fushiguro Megumi was thinking about Gojo Kakashi at the moment. The reason was this: the child had blown up half of his house. The sound was monumental enough to scare Megumi's curse energy out in the hour that it happened, but when he didn't hear any commotion, he went back to sleep. Until he heard his door break open and a series of curses infiltrate his room. Wasn't his room curse-proof? He lied. He had to kill them all by himself. They were easy, weirdly enough. And when he saw one with eerie blonde hair, smiling at him fondly, he realized they weren't attacking. They were just watching him. And they looked human. Like him. Purple stripes? Purple diamond? Red eyes? Megumi was confused at the time. Bewildered, but he attacked, and they let him, and they disappeared. Were they protecting him? It wasn't until hours later that Ijichi came in, frantic and appalled, hugging him briefly and checking him over for injuries that weren't warranted, that Megumi found out what happened. On his way to Shoko's, he had been informed of one thing. That Gojo Kakashi had destroyed the house. How? Why? You know why. Megumi thought it was fine. He thought Gojo-sensei deserved it, just a little, just a bit, because of everything Megumi had gone through. He thought Kakashi was the same as him. But then Gojo came in to tell him, worried, he saw that Kakashi had a bit of a panic attack. Did you trigger it? He asked his reluctantly acknowledged guardian suspiciously, narrowing his eyes. He had expected him to laugh, poke his nose, and deny it. He had expected a gasp of mock surprise and a series of confirmations, imitating sobriety. What he got instead was a stewing, hurting silence. Like he had not meant to do that. Like he had predicted it. But he didn't think it through. It sickened him. And Megumi, for all his compassion, had requested to visit Kakashi 2 days after that night. He was warned, by Gojo and not Nanami, of his state. Megumi saw him anyway. He looked dead. Lying there, dormant. How sad. It's the same. And when he was told Kakashi had woken up, Megumi went to see him. He had said hello, had greeted him, but he wasn't there. Well, he was. He was sitting, breathing, living. But the kid was dead. And what would 11-year-old Megumi think? That the kid was ignoring him? No, he knew. He had felt that way before, but he didn't let it consume him. But Kakashi did. Kakashi was gone. He wasn't a good person. He wasn't a bad person. He was just dead. And so Megumi didn't know what to do. What to think of him. So, naturally, when Gojo had seen Kakashi react to his presence, Megumi hadn't caught the desperation in his eyes when the boy had uttered a kindred name. He had tasked him to hang out with him. Shouldn't you be taking care of him? Drawled the vexed boy to the egomaniac. It earned him a half-hearted pat on his head. He wouldn't want to see me. So weird. But Megumi listened this time. He had hung around him, telling him of his sister and his power, but the boy hadn't responded. At all. He didn't twitch. Didn't eat when he offered. He was dead. Megumi was unsure, unsurprised, and unhappy. The boy had never looked him in the eye. Not even before, when he was still cognizant. Megumi didn't know why, but by the mug of dullness on his face, Megumi guessed he found him inconsequential. He'd be denigrated if he had wanted to make friends. He wouldn't have cared if he didn't understand. There was just one thing Megumi felt for Kakashi, even buried deep. A mere ounce of respect. Short-lived, he claimed, but not really. Because nobody ever stood up to Gojo-sensei, and there he had been, seeing a 4-year-old mock and degrade the all-powerful shaman. He'd even stabbed him, which was scary too, but well-deserved. He couldn't do that. What happened to him? He remembered when he'd asked Gojo about Kakashi 3 days after he met him, and it was the first time he'd seen Gojo so guilt-ridden. Who, the brat? The shaman droned, waving a hand. He's stuck in his room. Something about multiple escape attempts. So Gojo-sensei hadn't kicked him out but confined him. It was probably why he'd barely seen Kakashi in the, now destroyed, mansion. It wasn't a surprise that Megumi was allowed to take him outside now. The boy walked, thankfully. But, he was dead. And Megumi? Megumi didn't want to see him dead. So in the days that followed the destruction of the mansion, he promised Kakashi he would be a better roommate. Brother, he dared not say. He didn't know him. He had asked Gojo if he could take Kakashi to school after that declaration, and the sorcerer went silent for a few minutes after his request. When he came back to himself, he agreed with his usual cheeriness. Weird, again. Weird. Everything about Kakashi was weird. Megumi had been accompanied by Nanami, who looked just as annoyed as he was when he went to school. But he was here for his sister, who was said to be coming back from a 2-week wilderness camping field trip. He didn't want to miss the reunion, but he didn't want Kakashi to be alone either, so he took him with him. Again, though, he saw Kakashi in the lap of Nanami quiet and lifeless. But Megumi had told him to wait inside. The reunion was a private affair, even for his, almost, friend. What's he doing out here? Megumi asked the adult, uncaring that the child was right there. He never reacted anyway. Nanami seemed strained. It's not wise to keep him inside a room, he informed truthfully. Megumi rose an eyebrow. Why? Gojo had never told him that. Was that why he kept telling him to take him outside? Nanami was quiet. The raven-haired boy turned his attentive eyes onto Kakashi, taking in his haggard appearance and unsubtle-like annoyance. Or was it just the dead expression explored? Megumi couldn't tell. Kakashi only ever had one face. Was he sad? He had to be, right? He was dead, though. It wouldn't hurt to ask. Is he sad? He asked Nanami. An adult. He gave straight answers. Nanami gave a silent nod. So he was. He was sad. Dead and sad. Innocent. Megumi chuffed his shoe into the compressed gravel of the sidewalk. How can we make him happy again? He asked, calculating. It was such a stupid question. But, Megumi had to try. There was a lot he could do, but a lot he didn't know. Nanami's answer to that was a resigned sigh. He needs time. That was all he said. Weird. Very weird. Megumi didn't know what to do, so he decided to nod back and mind his business. If Kakashi felt better being outside, it didn't matter. His sister was here anyway. With a tiny smile and open arms, he engulfed his sister while she tightly squeezed him back. She blabbered a soft greeting and squished his cheeks affectionately, to which he took with feigned annoyance. His sister was good. His sister wasn't dumb. What he didn't see was Kakashi's poor reaction to that reunion. His sister had, though, and she stopped, causing him to frown in bafflement. His eye is bleeding, Megumi heard his sister whisper, trembling in place. He instantly regarded the two, with Nanami muttering out a curse as he stood and draped the child comfortably on his chest, with his head on his shoulder. Megumi-kun, Sumiki-chan. A cab will be waiting for you down the street, he informed them, hurried and a little distraught. I must take Kakashi-kun to the infirmary. The two nodded, and while Nanami hurriedly left the scene, Megumi was left to wonder just how much Kakashi was suffering. He didn't show emotion, so who's to say he wasn't feeling hurt all the time as Megumi had been? Who's that? Sumiki asked him, confused. He looks like Gojo-san. Megumi strapped his seatbelt on. That's Gojo-sensei's kid. Sumiki blinked in surprise. What? Gojo-san has a baby? He looks just like him. Yeah, Megumi mumbled. Nanami-san said he's sad. Sumiki frowned. That's not good. Megumi agreed. There was a silence before she perked up. Hey, what if we show him your puppies? Do you think it would make him happy? I know it helped us, Sumiki tried, smiling. Megumi would have to see if it would. Sumiki stood on her tiptoes attempting to get a subtle view of Gojo Kakashi. Since she'd only acquired a glimpse of a trickle of blood and white hair that day before he was taken away under circumstances she assumed were confidential, the girl was curious to see a proper countenance. The boy, who she had come to know was a recent development while away on a camping trip for 3 weeks, was the talk of her brother's jujutsu staff, and she wanted in on the gossip. She wondered, did Gojo Kakashi have blue eyes or purple eyes? Did he look like a star, much like his father? Was his only trait that red eye? Or was he a very ugly toddler? She'd asked Megumi already, but he said he looked like a short version of his sensei, except less bitch-looking. It provided a decent visage, but it wasn't enough. Yes, someone could look like their parent, but the child almost always had at least a slight distinct feature that they didn't share with them. She wanted to know. If she was going to be a big sister, it was important. Plus, she didn't like the rude way her brother had described him. A surprising feat for a stranger to see a child swear, but not for her. Megumi was simply Megumi. Sumiki also wanted to know why her brother seemed to care for the little guy. It didn't necessarily bother her that Megumi decided to care, because she knew deep down that Megumi almost always did oversee one way or another, in his own peculiarity. She was just intrigued. It wasn't often that she saw her brother openly displaying consideration for something human, if at all. He didn't really care about her that much. If the boy was similar to Gojo-sensei, she had assumed Megumi would stay far away. Instead, Megumi kept bothering the adults to see the boy. He hadn't dragged her into it, and so she came willingly to support him because that's what big sisters did. It totally wasn't because she was trying to keep an eye out on him. He was very cold in character, but she knew better. She knew. One day he'd show affection outside instead of inside, too. She was told Kakashi was sick. Megumi had clarified that he was mentally unstable, and Sumiki was very upset to learn that. Protective instincts aside, she questioned if Kakashi was allowed near them if that were true. She saw the wreckage of the mansion. How could someone that young be so powerful? The quiet boy currently resided in the arms of a stewing Nanami, who, if the girl wasn't mistaken, looked about ready to pop a vein. Well, the man always looked that way, but with Kakashi hiding his face into the crook of his neck, eyes closed, he looked like a nanny on their wits' end. Hey, nanny me. Turning to her brother, she observed silently as the boy spoke with the blonde sorcerer. I can babysit. Nanami rose an eyebrow. You're a child. I can still babysit. Gojo-sensei said I could. Nanami deadpanned. It's hardly appropriate. Megumi's eyes narrowed. Shoko-san cleared me as well. Here is the paper. He handed over a folded document that Nanami took, confused. Behind the glasses, Nanami skimmed it over briefly before scrutinizing the 11-year-old. I wasn't informed of this. You have a job to do, Megumi said impatiently. Whether or not you were informed, I'm the only option available. You don't want to be late for your work, do you? There are curses to exorcise. She gave me this paper as proof because she knew you wouldn't give him up. She said his sanity isn't okay. He needs to hang out with kids his age. His sassy phrases ended with a haughty sniff. You're his senior by 7 years, Megumi-kun. I'm not entrusting an unstable toddler to a child. Sumiki coughed. I'll take good care of them both, Nanami-san, she piped in, giving him a calm smile and completely forgetting she was also a kid. This didn't deter the surrogate father. I'm dropping you both off at Kiyotaka-san's office. That's the only way I'm allowing this. He mumbled afterward about Shoko's dwindling rationale. This displeased the boy, but he said nothing. For Sumiki, this was an opportunity. May I buckle Kakashi to his baby seat, Nanami-san? I'm good with babies. It wasn't a lie, either. During her trip, she encountered the counseling of mother-making and learned a lot about children, which, at the time was voluntary because she was hoping to find more methods to help Megumi out. He acted out a lot. Nanami sighed. Very well, he allowed, crouching slightly to hand over an unresponsive Kakashi, to which she eagerly scampered over to take. Don't make it too tight. He'll ruin another car that I cannot afford to buy. There was a hidden grimace accompanied by that statement. Sumiki was curious, but she didn't ask because the bane of her curiosity was now in her arms. He was unbelievably small, and he looked like he'd been crying. His eyes were red when she stretched him in her arms like a cradle. His warmth was potent, and she wanted to ask if he was running a fever but then thought better of it. If he was sick, Nanami would have told her already. Sating her inquisitiveness, she repositioned him so that he was laying his head on her shoulder. I'll be very careful, she told the adult, marveling at the boy that didn't make any effort to cling to her as he had with Nanami. It was fine. She'd protect him and show him that his new big sister was here to love and care for him. Nanami eyed her cautiously before turning away and bringing out his phone, likely to notify Eijichi of the random visit. Sumiki didn't stick around to hear. She was already turning away, pausing to search for Megumi briefly before she found him peering curiously at a blank-faced Kakashi. They both stood there, analyzing. He's cuter than Gojo-san, Sumiki supplied. Megumi grunted. She smiled. Do you think he likes sweets? We could buy him ice cream. Dozens of flavors infiltrated her mind. Megumi issued her a dry look. I don't know. I wanted to show him my dogs. Sumiki perked up. Yeah, she began walking to the car, and she could have sworn she felt Kakashi squeeze mildly at her arm. That's a good idea. Maybe he'll feel better. It was a long shot. She had no idea if Kakashi would respond to anything they did. It was fine. Sumiki would do anything for her baby brothers. By the time she finished, he'll feel better. She felt it in her bones. Megumi, can you open the door? Megumi did so without question, which was a surprise. Though, it shouldn't be. Maybe Megumi was excited to show Kakashi his power. She had a sneaking suspicion that Megumi was taking on a protective older brother role. If that was truly happening, she would be happy. Thank you, she chirped as she slowly saddled Kakashi in the car. She didn't notice the reminiscing glint in his eye. She didn't notice him remembering someone else. She pulled away, giving a blank-faced Kakashi a loving smile. Don't worry, Otuto, she said, watching him slowly focus on her. Megumi and I will take good care of you. Right? Sumiki's closed-eye smile attended to Megumi. The boy stared Kakashi down. It was the second time Kakashi properly took a look at him. Like the first, he did not look like Sasuke. Okay, Megumi seemed reluctant, but I'm his caregiver. You're younger than me, so? I'm his favorite. Sumiki looked at Kakashi for confirmation. He did not say a thing to that. Megumi held Kakashi in front of him. Why are you small? He asked, though it was with a hint of cooing charm. Sumiki's incredulous look was ignored. Kakashi just blinked at him. Megumi thought that was fine. At least the toddler looked alive and attentive. Before, he had barely acknowledged his proximity, let alone anything he said or did. Seeing Kakashi cognizant of what was going on was a huge relief, much to Megumi's inner conflict. He wanted Kakashi to talk to him. But Megumi was patient. He would do whatever he could to get Kakashi to play with him. Are you going to overthrow Jujutsu? It was something he was capable of, and he wanted to know. If Kakashi would, Megumi would give him his full support. Gojo Sensei's kid was strong, stronger than him maybe, and if Kakashi was in charge, Megumi could be free from the shaman world. He hated training, and he hated curses, but Kakashi could change that. He had potential. Megumi was totally not excited to have a brother. Sumiki frowned at Megumi. Why would you ask something like that? She chastised, grabbing for Kakashi. Megumi selfishly held him close, blank-faced. Because I can. He won't understand what that means. Megumi scoffed. Yes, he will. He's smart, not dumb. Megumi. That doesn't mean. Don't be fooled, Sumiki-chan. The two Fushiguro siblings whipped their hands to a wary Eijichi standing by the doorway of his office. He cleared his throat, fixing his glasses as he pinpointed the girl with caution. That boy may be young, but he knows a lot more than he lets on. Not to mention his overwhelming amount of curse energy. He mumbled, glancing at Kakashi. Kakashi thankfully wasn't looking at him. The sweet girl, bless her, tilted her head in confusion. What do you mean, Kiyotaka-san? He's just a baby. You should know by now that any relation to that man is anything but normal, Eijichi said cryptically. His arms folded and his expression gave way to annoyance. Sumiki frowned. Megumi thought that it was opportunistic to pipe into the conversation. Yeah, he stabbed Gojo-sensei. She looked disbelieving. But, doesn't Gojo-san have infinity? Megumi nodded. She looked at Kakashi, skeptical. Our new Otuto wouldn't be able to, no? Very odd circumstances, indeed, Eijichi agreed, looking elsewhere with a faraway look. It's best you two watch yourselves around that boy. He's unstable. I don't know why Nanami-san thought it wise to drop him off here. Though, I suppose my barriers could work around his power. He hummed, rubbing his chin. Perhaps that's why Shoko-san recommended me to be the babysitter. There was a light blush on his cheeks. This did not sit right with Sumiki. In fact, she thought Eijichi was crazy for a second. Yes, she was aware of Kakashi's power. She had seen only the house, but she was warned about it and she wasn't one to underestimate. But Kakashi was just a baby. He looked hurt, he felt hurt, and she just wanted what was best for him. She didn't like that everyone kept telling her to stay away or keep cautious when it was clear this child needed some love and care. The oddity of Kakashi managing a hit on Gojo-san was concerning, but that didn't mean Kakashi was dangerous. Look how cute he looked. Not that Megumi cared. Megumi, unlike Sumiki, thought Kakashi was a hazard waiting to explode in everyone's face. Everyone treated him like an emotional ball of fumes. But instead of being concerned, Megumi understood. Megumi knew what Kakashi was feeling, and he had a sense the other night that this wouldn't be the last time Gojo-sensei's lack of tact would trigger the boy. Kakashi did what Megumi had always envisioned when he was consumed with irritating thoughts, albeit overdone. So, no, he didn't care for his emotional vulnerability. Megumi had to break him out of it. If everyone kept babying him, he'd never recover. He wanted to help Kakashi in his own way, he wanted to revive him. He was dead, not sad. Nanami was wrong. There was a difference between sadness and Kakashi. Sadness was felt. Sadness would pass and become something else, or something deeper. Kakashi felt nothing, assuming, of course, Megumi had visited him for a few days and had stuck by him a week after his sister returned, hoping against everything that Kakashi would wake up. He did, once or twice, and today was the third time he saw Kakashi aware of something. Alive. He had shown Kakashi his dogs throughout the days, but the boy had only acknowledged them once or twice before ruining a room with his curse energy and going back into his catatonic state. He had seen him shut down and he had to call Nanami because Kakashi hadn't woken up for 3 days because of that. Gojo-sensei had come in to see him too, bringing Shoko with him. He hardly has any curse energy, Shoko said, frowning. Okay, who ate it? Gojo looked at Megumi specifically, a little playful. Megumi continued chewing on his sandwich. Nobody did, Shoko answered for him, and Gojo regarded her with confusion, it's all in his eye. The ensuing silence was new. Megumi ate the last bite and didn't stick around for whatever else they said to check on Kakashi himself. When Kakashi woke up a few hours later, Megumi arrived to find him curled up like a ball, shedding tears. But he looked dead. He had not seen the white-haired man with scars standing in the corner, watching. And Megumi had hated everything, had hated how much of a pity fest the toddler created, and had told him 3 simple words. Get over it. It was a mean thing to say, especially when Megumi didn't have a full conception of what was making Kakashi act like this, but it was worth it because he saw Kakashi do something. He saw him look at him, properly, without that same witless broom of desperation. No, it did not consume Megumi with guilt. Not enough, even when he knew he was the cause of Kakashi's second short coma. He couldn't be guilty because he wanted Kakashi to get himself back up. He would do anything for his brother. You're not weak, was Megumi's preceding argument when he finally had his engagement, so get up. He had, ultimately after Megumi stood there expectantly for an hour of dedicated time. He got up, went to his bed, and turned over, dismissing him. And that was okay for Megumi. Kakashi had done something other than sit in the corner and stare indifferently into the void. After that day, Kakashi came back once or twice from his mist. It progressed. It wasn't top-notch, not yet, but it was getting there. He thought he kept seeing someone else lingering in the dark. He had felt eyes when he visited Kakashi, but when he turned around, there was nothing there. When he was alone, or at school, he felt something dark follow him everywhere he went. But it wasn't a bad type of dark. The energy was protective. Megumi could never see it. It wasn't a curse. I'm gonna go outside, Megumi said, looking defiantly up at Eijichi. The man regarded him with circumspection. Fine, but if anything happens you must inform me right away. Sumiki's smile returned. Of course, Kiyotaka-san. A curse. Nanami mumbled to himself as he observed the sitting curse, that, oddly enough, didn't quite feel like one, let alone looked like one, with the exception of it being a scarred human. Right outside Jujutsu Tech's borders. It sat there, white hair and all, with one arm sleeve, ripped and exposing the pasty skin that contrasted with the rest of it. Half of its face was marred with ugly, twisting scars, and 2 onyx eyes stared back at him, placid. It didn't move, didn't speak or do much of anything, really. His clothing looked battered and covered in blood. The energy manifesting from it felt uncharacteristically familiar. How no one else came in to investigate it was beyond him, but he'd deal with it. Nanami didn't need another problem in his life right now. Building up his energy in one palm, he began pulling at his necktie. Kakashi likes reading, it spoke hauntingly, and the businessman froze. Get him some books. Before Nanami could respond with an insipid demand as to how he knew who Kakashi was, the curse disappeared in a swirl of portals. The chill in the air went with it, and though the demonic aura was gone, it left Nanami horrifyingly dreaded with an aftershock of realization. His blood felt cold. He needed to inform everyone immediately. Megumi carried Kakashi and plopped him on the open grass of Eijichi's home, stepping back to look at him. Sumiki had stayed behind to offer Eijichi necessary therapy that Megumi had no idea what it meant nor cared for it, as he was glad he was getting some alone time with his baby brother, Gojo-sensei's kid. The toddler dully acknowledged him with his little legs folded inward and arms spread lazily on each thigh. With his shirt too big and his pants tucked in his small Jordan shoes, he looked so cute. Gojo cried. The boy appeared unhelpfully adorable. The only thing abnormal about his apparel was the medical mask, but Megumi thought it suited him since the boy was constantly at the hospital. Excitement bubbled on the inside when he saw Kakashi appearing coherent enough to look at him instead of through him. Megumi didn't know how the Gojo baby came to be since he had never seen Gojo-sensei get any women, but he liked to imagine that he'd popped out of the forest as his potential savior. Very ridiculous, but Megumi was sure. He heard that Kakashi wasn't entirely human, which would explain why he felt more curse-like than fleshy, and so, Megumi decided that he was not born from a woman, but from some mystical being. Maybe Gojo-sensei was getting to him. Megumi tilted his head. You're here again. Kakashi shrugged. It comes and goes, he spoke, and Megumi took a second to drink in the realization that the toddler was no longer mute. Today is great, he thought internally. You're not gonna cry again? He rose an eyebrow, calculating. No, came the bland reply. Are you doing okay? No, answered Kakashi again. Megumi furrowed his brows. Do you need to go to the doctor? No, another equal answer. Do you say anything else other than no? Deadpanned Megumi. Yes, Kakashi said. Prove it. Kakashi just stared at him. Defiantly, Megumi gazed back just as challenging, determined to keep Kakashi from reverting to his old distress. If he didn't keep Kakashi talking, the boy would go back to being mute and lifeless, effectively ruining Gojo's promise to help the kid get back up. Megumi was doing it out of personal concern too. He would not fail. It seemed to be working. I despise those metal wagons and that baby seat. Very random. Okay. Megumi approved and sat down in front of him. Are you hungry? No. Are you cold? No. Do you want to do something? No. Megumi stared at him blankly. Do you want to talk about anything? The fact that he was trying was a new thing. Megumi felt very stupid for attempting to converse with a 4-year-old, but this 4-year-old was smart. He was going to make it work, damn it. Cutely, Kakashi angled his head to bore into his soul with his beady eyes. What are we doing here? Megumi scowled. Nanami-san didn't trust me to take care of you, so we're at the stressed driver's place. Mirth glittered in Kakashi's eyes, and Megumi didn't know whether to be amazed that the kid was capable of still feeling things or worried because of the weird warning Eijichi gave. He decided on the latter. As fast as it appeared, however, Megumi was disappointed to see the sparkle dim into nothingness once more. Thinking, he plucked at the grass. Are you still here? He tried. He hoped he was. Yes, Kakashi answered. Good. He hadn't blown anything up again. Tame compared to the stories. Megumi honestly didn't know what the adults were worried about. Kakashi was dead, yes, but he would be okay. Megumi just knew. Okay, do you still freak out? He monotoned. Kakashi tilted his hand from side to side. A little. If I asked you a question, would you freak out? It depends, answered the Gojo. Honest to him, but not to adults. Megumi could work with this. What if it was about powers? His eyes studied him, awaiting the explosion he had seen at the mansion. Thankfully, it never came. Kakashi shrugged. Boring, he said. Interesting. Boring? Megumi pressed. Why? I can't fly. If I could, it wouldn't be boring. Fair argument. Not a lot of information, though. But, could Kakashi do anything? He knew he could break through his sensei's infinity and create high-energy blasts, but that was it. And maybe it was because Kakashi was Gojo's kid, but he imagined he'd have way more cool powers. For a flickering second, Megumi thought he saw a dark hand reach for Kakashi's shoulder. There was nothing there. Or maybe Megumi was getting off track. And if you could summon stuff? Megumi hinted. Kakashi eyed him. Seems okay. Megumi settled back, satisfied. Okay. And dogs? Do you like dogs? He hoped nothing would trigger. He didn't know what could initiate shambled emotional responses from the unhappy Gojo. There were too many variables, too many things he could say that could accidentally end up very, very wrong. Fortunately, nothing happened. Kakashi sat still, contemplating. He looked sad. I like dogs, he mumbled after several minutes. Megumi nodded. Me too. He paused. Do you remember what happened a few days ago? Kakashi narrowed his eyes. I don't think I'd like to, he admitted. He looked surprised for half a second, but it was buried underneath his impassive nature before Megumi could wonder. Though, it was a little late for that. Megumi always questioned the mannerisms and existence of Gojo Kakashi. Okay, the raven-haired boy shrugged. I can summon divine dogs. There, that was simple. Kakashi seemed intrigued. I remember, he whispered. It took a second for the Gojo to compose himself, but Megumi happily waited. Megumi thought he saw happiness. What he saw instead was grief. After minutes of ruining Ijichi's well-cut grass, Megumi chanced to speak again. I'm gonna summon them. It wasn't a request. Kakashi said nothing. He stood, towering over the tiny boy who suddenly looked meek from the high angle, and brushed off the dirt from his shorts that withered with the shellings of grass. For a moment, Megumi hesitated as he slowly pressed his palms together. Was it a good idea to try again? Would Kakashi suffocate, again? Megumi. The Fushiguro brother turned to regard his sister. She approached, quickly, with a beaming smile on her face. Are you gonna summon them? She indicated excitedly at his hands. He gave a silent nod. Sumiki looked at Kakashi. Oh, you're gonna love it, she assured, reaching over to ruffle his head. Kakashi led her. Ma, they better be cute, was all he gave, but there was a hint of a strain in his voice. Sumiki drew back, furrowing her brows likely because of the hinting discomfort in his tone. Before she could begin her repetitive questions about mental health and comfort, however, Megumi figured his hands into the puppet of a dog and chanted his whispering incantation. He took a hefty step back to recreate the Shikigami. The two children immediately attended to the smoldering, inky darkness erupting from beneath his fingertips. White fur first emerged from the shadows, followed by its opposite, manifesting a gorging essence of negativity that had Kakashi narrowing his eyes. Twin, animalistic golden eyes illuminated the furry dogs that sat crumpled against one another playfully, wagging their tails at the sight of their master. Twins. The sight of it purged Kakashi down under. Soon enough, Megumi had to tug Sumiki behind him because a swirl of vile energy wavered from Kakashi and into the air. It was sinister, frigid even just by breathing it in, tasting of cooked flesh. This wasn't good. In the growing mist behind Kakashi, a figure appeared. Megumi and Sumiki stiffened, waiting for it to create itself, but all that they could see was a red eye. Is this what a curse was? Was this what Gojo-san and her brother saw all the time? Why could she? She didn't want to see this anymore. The girl with wide eyes became sad and frantic, and she voiced, Megumi, what do we do? While her brother desperately tried to control his fluctuating energy. The shadow disappeared. The question went unanswered. The bleeding eye came about from Kakashi this time and the two siblings panicked. Put the doggies on him. Sumiki's bad planning prompted, not knowing if it would work or not. Megumi was the only one out of the two of them that possessed curse energy, and she was afraid that if she left the vicinity, the shadow would attack her. Megumi wasn't going to do that. Kakashi would probably erase them from existence. Or that shadow would, though they did not realize that it wasn't death about to rouse from the honored one's child, but a recording beginning after a list of regrets. The boy stared down at the dogs that rose and started sniffing him, and Megumi had risen his hand to put them away because he was sure Kakashi would implode them in some way, shape, or form, but that didn't happen. The dogs began panting, wagging their tails as they snouted at Kakashi's unnaturally still form. Megumi still wasn't going to chance it. Amongst the turmoil, Sumiki's eyes widened when a faint apparition of dogs softened into a visage within the growing void. She had expected to hear howls and growls, but for some reason, the unease in her heart broke apart the knot. Sumiki held his hand. Wait, she whispered. Her eyes drank in everything she could. He did so. He watched. Kakashi slowly began to recede the ominous ambiance about to consume them both. The growing aura became less stifling and soon the Fushiguro siblings could breathe properly again. Aftershocks of a putrid stench inside their mouths made them cringe, and the children, innocent, had not connected such a smell to the dead. Kakashi reached for the white dog. Something was wrong. Aijichi immediately ran outside, eyes wide, hands raised for a barrier and a written note. Children. Reaching over, Megumi approached Kakashi. Hey. All three children plus the adult were thrown back from an explosive darkness bubbling from the now whimpering Shinigami. Sumiki covered Megumi, Aijichi slammed the seal into place, and then there was silence. A happy bark tore through it. The twin Shikigami dogs ran around something, back up and fine as if nothing happened. The seal had not activated. The paper was missing, and Aijichi, the first to rise, had looked on in bafflement. What? Megumi groaned, sitting up, gasping as he took in his sister's condition. Except she was fine. Confused, she too looked around and got off her brother to give him room to breathe. Wait, I didn't feel anything? Her eyes centered on something small. Hey, look, Megumi did. Kakashi, laying on the floor, was wide awake and staring at something. Something small. Kakashi hesitated, chilled to the bone. A brown, sleeping puppy that looked just like Pakun was laying beside a now happy white dog that was currently sniffing and nudging the tiny thing with its nose, tipping with contentment at the black fluffy companion. Slowly but surely Kakashi watched as the pup opened his eyes, yawned, and wobbly stood. That's, you made another. Sumiki's question was directed at Megumi. Megumi stared at it, perplexed. It's not, he mumbled. It's not the 10, Megumi said. It's not mine, he said. The children, Aijichi, and the shadow watched Kakashi's eyes moisten. Pakun. When Gojo came to pick up his precious children in the dark of night, he had been surprised, and very happy, to see Kakashi playing with Sumiki. Megumi was out like a light next to the boy's lap, curled up next to a brown little dog that didn't feel like Megumi's energy at all. That must be Kakashi's dog. What happened? He had delayed approaching them. Shoko and Nanami both agreed that Gojo shouldn't hover close to Kakashi until he felt better, and Gojo relented because the accountability of seeing his son so disoriented was gradually eating him alive. He internally conceded that he didn't know what to do with the kid because he was far too intelligent for his own good, but he hadn't voiced such concerns to his two friends as he did not want to come off as vulnerable. Because, he was too cool for that. And so, Gojo had reluctantly accepted to observe his son from afar during times he usually spent annoying everybody. He was never around because his work was never done. Putting Megumi and his sister to take over when Nanami couldn't had been genius of him. He had avoided Kakashi ever since. But then Kakashi, ever his flesh and blood, had sensed him and there wasn't a point anymore. The kid had turned his head, looked him dead in the eye, and Gojo was relieved rather than creeped out because Kakashi was moving. The last time he'd seen him was curled up, cold, and miserable. He couldn't bear to look at it. That apparition in his son's domain must have cursed him. He walked up to them, all smiles and hoping the fatigue on his face wasn't noticeable. Hours spent looking for a curse that didn't exist anymore was a ranching experience, especially when he didn't have anyone to bother with. Nanami had been so frantic that he had chosen to stay within the city limits to check for any residue, while Gojo was put on the job to stretch far beyond his paycheck. Which he didn't need, but that wasn't the point. So, it was up to him to do the dirty work, when wasn't it? Eerily, the description Nanami gave was reminiscent of Obito, the boy man he had seen inside Kakashi's partial domain. He only stopped looking when he realized it was. Who else would know Kakashi? Hey! He cheerfully greeted, taking in Kakashi's red, puffy eyes and the pronounced dried streams of earlier tears hidden beneath his medical mask. His smile dimmed a bit at the sight, and he wondered what happened until he was distracted by something poking at his left foot. He glanced down and saw a solemn pug pawing at his shoe. Gojo-san, he heard Sumiki's regard, and he offered a wave. He never took his attention off the new dog. You his dad? The pug's surprisingly deep, cautious voice penetrated through the air. What the fuck? Gojo expressed kindly. The pug peered back at Kakashi. You sure this is him? Kakashi breathed deeply. Yes, he acknowledged. Gojo looked up sharply. Kakashi wasn't looking at him. He continued to pet Megumi's hair. Gojo glittered at the recognition, but it was rather mute since apparently, a talking puppy was scratching at his shoe. Who's this, Kashi-chan? He inquired. Is this a new power? Did he buy a dog? Why can it speak? The pug sniffed. Name's Pakun. You got some meat? I'm starving. He's my nin dog, Kakashi answered honestly. He sounded awkward. Did he sound happy? What is a nin dog? What is that? Why is a dog talking? Why didn't he have a talking dog? He's so cute. Sumiki cooed, making grabby motions at the pug. Megumi swiped at her hand as a way to tell her to shut up. Gojo realized Sumiki could actually see it. Pakun, as he called himself, decided it was a good time to walk his little body and situate his butt onto the polish of his shoe. Gojo was very, very silent. Hey, it spoke. Take me to Kakashi's home. I'm curious. Gojo couldn't even answer. The damn puppy bit his leg.
That's all for now. If you want to see next part, then please like this video and subscribe my channel. Thank you.